refused to be inherited. Who did that? My two brothers-in-laws. So the chief says, okay, summons all the clan leaders and a full court sat. The young men were asked, they agreed it is true. They withdrew the gardens because she is refusing to stay with them. So the chief decided that, okay, I think this is indiscipline, we need to punish. The punishment was, each of them should be given 60 strokes of the cane. And they descended on these men and beat them. By the time they reached the 30th, they cried, their voice was hoarse, they could not talk. And the body was sore all over. So the chief says, stop there. Let us first take them for treatment because we don't want to kill them. So they were carried, taken to Kalon Hospital, put in the ward. They were treated like people with burns. After a month, they had recovered sufficiently to be discharged. So the chief sent a vehicle to pick them and bring them home. When they were brought to the assembly again and said, okay, where did we stop last time? They now want to continue with the beating. Then these people, please, 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 we don't want to be beaten anymore. Give us an alternative punishment. So the decision then was that, okay, since you don't want to be beaten now, your punishment is this. Each of you must go and open 2 gardens for this woman. Go and dig and open 2 gardens, and we shall come to inspect. They did that, and after a year, the widow the problem was solved, but in many ways. Who was right? Who was wrong? The rights of each of the people involved. The children were looked after. The widow remained in her home. These young men became very disciplined. They never disturbed her again. And when the police went, the chief said, if you want to arrest the people who assaulted these men, okay, let me call them for you. And he called the entire village. The police said, no, we have not come here to arrest people. We just want to know what happened. And they withdrew, and they left the matter at that. That matter was reported by NTV about 2 years ago. It ran on news for about 2 days. So it's a real case. I hope in the course of the day, we shall be able to look at some of those things and see. May I invite the rapporteurs to come forward.
Good morning, everyone. All protocols observed. My name is Tumsime Peace Catherine Kavma, and I'm going to give a recap of day 1. Yesterday we had a round of introductions from the participants. There was a presentation of the background and objectives of the conference. We had remarks from the Vice Chairperson, Idlo, and the official opening by the Honorable Justice Musa Sekana, who is the head of the Civil Division, High Court of Uganda. We also had a keynote address on the nexus between customary / informal justice and formal justice systems by Honorable Justice Francis Gikonyo from Kenya. In his address, he noted that according to the Hill Justice Survey report, more than 80% of disputes or legal issues are resolved through alternative justice systems, which compels resituating, strengthening, and engendering of alternative justice systems at the heart of justice delivery services within our respective nations' legal framework for dispute resolution and giving their resolutions finality. He noted that most of the people facing the justice gap are the vulnerable groups in the communities. He further noted that the idea of rethinking practice, policy, and legal framework to enhance informal models in amplifying access to justice for the poor and vulnerable is profound, as it entails thinking again or reconsidering a choice previously made which stems from a historical context linked to independence movement in most of African countries and the idea of returning to legal practices predating colonization. He talked about three broad issues, which included the relationship between the customary / informal traditional mechanisms and courts. And under this, he looked at the Constitution of Kenya, which acknowledges and restates the relevance of customary law and endorses traditional dispute resolution mechanisms for conflict resolution under Article 159, Clause 2C. He also noted that the same constitution recognizes culture and cultural expressions of the people as a foundation of the nation, and it also entrenches the right to culture in the Bill of Rights. Secondly, he talked about the interface between the alternative justice systems policy and the DPP concerning power to prosecute. In criminal cases, the DPP is given the constitutional mandate to exercise state power of prosecution under Article 157. And the exercise of the state power of prosecution is, however, circumscribed under Article 157, Clause 11, to be 1, in the public interest, 2, in the interest of administration of justice, and 3, to prevent and avoid abuse of legal processes. And therefore, the office of the DPP thus becoming a necessary stakeholder and in providing the nexus between alternative justice systems and the courts in criminal cases. He noted that the office of the DPP developed enabling policies, processes, guidelines, and procedures which engender alternative justice systems in criminal prosecution, for example, the diversion policy, the national prosecution policy, the plea bargaining guidelines, among others. And then thirdly, he talked about how the courts interact with the alternative justice system mechanisms and outcomes. Under this, he looked at the 5 ways in which the courts interact with the alternative justice system outcomes, and one of them was avoidance, where the judicial officer ignores the alternative justice system's resolution. This interaction is contrary to the duty to promote imposed by Article 159, Clause 2C of the Constitution, and therefore unconstitutional. He also looked at monism, where the court considers itself as appellate court with the power to evaluate the alternative justice system's resolution on facts of law, which is also unconstitutional because the Constitution does not create hierarchical relationship with the courts. He looked at convergence, where the court insists that it will give the alternative justice system's resolution effect only when both parties consent. Then facilitative, where the court treats the alternative justice system's resolution as part of evidence. And then deference and recognition, where the court only reviews the alternative justice system's resolution on 1, procedural propriety, and 2, constitutional proportionality, which is the most favored interaction, which is in perfect harmony with the duty to promote alternative justice systems. We had discussants who talked about the justice systems, for example, in South Africa, where there is use of paralegals as an informal justice system. They have legal advice help desks in courts where paralegals access and refer them to pro bono lawyers to handle. And also they have paralegals planted in estate courts to help with disputes. Under this session, we were also taken through the origin of ADR, and it was noted that the possibility of resolving disputes lies in the possibility of resolving disputes according to set rules. And we looked at mediation, which seemed to be the most favorite. Mediation by elders in Africa. Here, there were presentations on the Gacaca system in Rwanda, and then the system in Burundi, where elders were able to resolve cases which would have been impossible to resolve using formal systems. Also talked about the matoput, which is also used to resolve all disputes, whether criminal or civil. The next theme was on current landscape, legal aid policy framework for informal justice systems in Uganda. And here it was noted that Uganda has used alternative systems for people affected by conflict in the country for peace building. Looked at the Juba peace process, which acknowledged the use of traditional justice mechanisms, although it could not codify them due to diversity. And the main principles here were reconciliation, compensation, which cut across all traditions. The presenter talked about the National Transitional Justice Policy, which was adopted by the cabinet to be used in post-conflict resolution, and also the LC courts that are in place to have transitional justice processes strengthened. There's a presentation on work done in relation to formal justice and how paralegals can be brought on board. Here we're informed that the Kenya National Legal Aid has given a framework on informal justice. They train paralegals, in brackets, refugees or migrants, to address some of the legal challenges in their communities. There's a presentation on challenges in accessing justice, which included language barrier, economic barriers, refugee status determination. Once you don't have the refugee status, you fear to access justice, discrimination and biases from law enforcers and authorities, and also lack of enforcement. And what needed to be done was trainings on different laws, that is capacity building, then mobile legal courts to reach remote areas, among others. We also had a session on documented models, and here looked at the Bashinganahe in Burundi, which is both formal and informal restorative justice system, the Bataka courts in Uganda, the Ekerikit Council of Elders, also in Uganda. And what was common with the three was community involvement in dispute resolution, trust guaranteed, remedies are simple, there is a right of recourse to the formal justice system, judgments are prompt, they are cheap and accessible, among others. Then finally, there were presentations of findings from research studies on people-centered justice models, which were made under the sub-theme of investing in research, knowledge generation, and management as policy tools influencing people-centered justice systems. There were some recommendations made, which included the need for an infrastructure that ensures that there is an intercourse between formal and informal justice without a clash. Then the need for community engagement and education. Then the need to continue collecting people-centered justice data on a regular basis. The need to prioritize preventing and resolving the most serious legal problems. Then applying best practices to help justice providers work evidence-based. Then also the need to create an enabling environment for innovative justice services. Participants asked a number of questions, there were reactions and comments during the different sessions, all of which will be shared in the report. Briefly, that is what was captured yesterday. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. I'm sure in the middle we shall add more when we continue with our presentations today. Today's presentations are going to be on the theme, two themes. That would be, in the morning, we shall have towards building a progressive institutional and policy and legal frame infrastructure for enabling the role of informal justice systems in access to justice. We shall also have leveraging regional and global frameworks and agendas to advance CIGS as a mechanism for achieving justice for all and rule of law. There has been a little adjustment in the program. We shall have the program that should have started at 10:45 will come first. This is because one of the main presenters in the first session is not yet here, and we have been informed he will be coming. So I will be calling forward Dr. Rengabo Sebastian to come and chair the next session and invite the presenters in that session. But before I do that, can I invite Mzee Ayen Jackson? Can you step forward? Just step forward briefly. Please wave to the congregation. Thank you very much for coming in the correct regalia for Karamoja. Mzee Ayen, can you briefly tell us what the dressing means in Karamoja? Come here and tell us briefly.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I told you yesterday that when I go for mediation, they address the way I'm dressing. So when you talk to the community, you are respected. You come when you are shabby, they say you are moyai. So you are dressed properly according to traditional dress. Then you are given respect and your advice taken. So that's what they do. Even going for traditional dances, they dress the way I'm dressing now. So with their stick decorated with beads. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Again, thank you. Thank you very much. That's how a Koromojong elder dresses. And there's a lot of meaning to what he's wearing on the head. It also demonstrates the rank. You see? Thank you very much. Doctor, come take over.
Thank you very much. Honorable Justices, Honorable Legislators, I can see my brother Lianda Komakech in the room. Ambassadors, we have an African Union representative in the room. Dignitaries in your respective capacities, as well as intellectual dramatists like me, good morning again. Some slight change in the program. We are beginning with theme 5, leveraging regional and global frameworks and agendas to advance customary and informal justice systems as a mechanism for achieving justice for all and rule of law. We have two presentations. One is on leveraging customary and informal justice and Sustainable Development Goal 16 plus Joint Action Plan 2024-2026 to strengthen linkages between informal and formal justice systems. I'm advised we will have someone representing Michael Warren, who advises IDLO on customary and informal justice. And then the second will be exploring Agenda 2026 and other regional frameworks. Agenda 2026 is African Union agenda, and other regional frameworks to deepen equal access to justice for all through customary or informal justice with formal justice pathways. Ambassador Sarah Siddiq Hamad, who heads the Africa Governance Architecture at the African Union, will give us a presentation on this. I would request that we begin with the online presentation from IDLO. In this respect, I will request Ambassador Hamad to come forward in preparation for the presentation. Apologies, you will have to be alone on the on the high table, but I think I should join you there so that you should not feel lonely. It would be un-African to make you lonely there. Meanwhile, may I request the presentation from IDLO? Is it online?
Yes.
I am told the presenter from IDLO is Laura Ospina, but I will request that she introduces herself when she begins the presentation. Laura, can you hear me? Are we online? In case Laura is trying to connect, I believe Ambassador Hamad is ready. We can begin with him, and then we will call on Laura later. Thank you.
My Lords, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol duly observed. I bring you greetings from the African Union Commission in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, and I wish to begin on behalf of the Commissioner, His Excellency Ambassador Bankole Adoyi, to begin by thanking the organizers. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Bring you greetings from His Excellency Ambassador Bankole Adoyi, the Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security. And since I have not been advised on how many minutes I have, I will then use the previous jurisprudence and limit my presentation to the minimum possible so we can have more questions and answers. I must admit, though, that despite my legal background, I never stood before judges before to defend a case. So I hope today I will succeed in defending my case, being the first time I stand before honorable judges and magistrates. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, just briefly to introduce, not really to introduce you to the African human and people's rights system, but to share with you some information, knowing that Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, you are quite informed and aware of what is the African human and people's rights system is all about. But before I begin, just as a refresher, I just want to share some information about what is the African Union is about. As we all know that the African Union is the continental organization that represents all 55 member states of the African continent to speak with one voice in issues related to Pan-Africanism, African Renaissance, integration, and development, as well as good governance, rule of law, and human rights. The African Union Commission, the African Union as a whole, is scattered within Africa, but the Secretariat, as we all know, is based in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. The African Union was transformed from the Organization of African Unity, which was established in 1963, to the African Union in 2000, well, officially in 2000, but it was operationalized in 2002 from the OAU, the Organization of African Unity, to the African Union. And that happened, as we all know, during the famous date, the 9th hour, on the 9th of September, 1999 insert, when the heads of state and government declared or adopted the treaty establishing the African Union, or transforming it from the Organization of the African Union to the from the Organization of African Unity to the African Union. So that date remained a historical day, and we celebrate it as the Africa Day on the 9th of September every year. As we all know, the African Union is chaired by a president or a prime minister on rotation basis every year. And currently the president of the African Union is His Excellency the President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. The president of the commission is His Excellency Mr. Musa Faki Mohammed of Chad. His term is coming to an end by the end of this year. And next year, we expect to have a chairperson based on rotation for the first time in the history of the African Union. So we will begin by the East African region, and the vice chair will be from the Northern African region. That is as of next year for the next 4 years. The African Union, as we all know, is an organization that brings the African Union member states together. But the main objective of the African Union as it is to promote integration, as well as the promotion of good governance, democracy, and rule of law. The African Union developed treaties, instruments, and pronouncements that are implemented by our member states. And basically, we, at the African Union level, we don't do any implementation, but we monitor the implementation at the national level. So today, I will focus on the human rights system, and I will end by introducing to you the transitional justice policy, which is one of the informal legal systems that we are now promoting within the judicial system at the national level. But also, before I begin my presentation, allow me to make a quick comment, which is basically, I feel that the same debate that was taking place when the alternative medicine was introduced, it is now taking place when the alternative methods of justice have been also introduced. Doctors and pharmacists were protesting that if the alternative medicine is promoted and adopted officially, then they will be out of jobs. But 20 years after the adoption of the alternative medicine, we see more doctors are graduated, we see more pharmacists are opening pharmacies, because basically there is need for both parallel systems, the formal medicine traditions, as well as the customary and informal medicine practices. The same, I believe, it goes for the justice system. There is indeed need to support the formal justice system through informal and customary justice systems. Today, I will basically quickly introduce the treaties that we believe that they constitute the foundation for the African human and people's rights system. As you can see them on the screen, the Convention on Refugees, Refugee Problems, the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, the protocol establishing the African Court, the protocol on women women rights in Africa, known as the Maputo Protocol, and the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, known as ACDEC. I hope at some point the Secretariat will be able to share with you this presentation just for reference. Now, what mechanisms do we have in place to implement the treaties that are currently adopted by member states? We have the well-known treaties, mechanisms that are promoting and protecting human and people's rights on the continent, namely the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, based in Banjul, the African Court on Human and People's Rights, based in Arusha, Tanzania, and the African Committee of Experts on the Right and Welfare of the Child, based in Masiru, the Kingdoms of Lesotho. Other supporting organs, we have the Pan-African Parliament, PAP, based in Midrand, South Africa. We have the African Union Commission on International Law, currently based in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. And we have the African Union Advisory Board on Corruption, on Anti-Corruption, based in Arusha, Tanzania, and the ECOSOC, the Economic, Social, and Cultural Council of the African Union, based in Lusaka, Zambia. In addition to the policy organs of the African Union, namely the PRC, that is the Permanent Representative Committee of Ambassadors accredited to the African Union in Addis Ababa, and the Peace and Security Council, also based in Addis Ababa with 15 members. The human rights agenda have been really a priority for the African Union, despite the change of leadership every terms. And the leaders of the African Union, when they were negotiating the Constitutive Act of the African Union, they made it very clear that the promotion and protection of human and people's rights is an African shared value. So it is not something that is imported from far or from outside of the continent, but in fact it is deeply rooted within the African cultures, the African traditions, and the African customs. The only problems we currently face, despite the fact that we have produced or developed a number of instruments and treaties at the continental level, we are still facing a slow ratification by member states, but also the domestication and implementation is quite low. There is lack of political will with regard to the implementation of decisions made by the mechanisms that are promoting and protecting human and people's rights at the continental level. And of course, there is also lack of synergies and awareness raising about the human rights instruments and the human rights mechanism. In fact, I was once in a country, I'm not going to mention the country, trying to drive on the left side. In Addis, we drive on the right side. So I made a mistake. I think I entered on the wrong side of the road, and I was stopped by a traffic police who happened to be a captain. And he asked me where I'm from. I said, I'm coming from Ethiopia. He said, you have a license? I said, yes, I have an international license. And he said, but in Ethiopia, you don't drive the same way? I said, no, we don't. We drive the same way. But anyhow, this is Africa, and of course, I made a mistake, I admit. Then he said, oh, do you work? I said, yes, I do. You work for what? I said, I work for the African Union. He said, now you are in trouble with me. I said, why? He said, well, I wanted to let you go before you mentioned the African Union, but now I'm going to give you a ticket, and a fat ticket. And I said, what is the reason for that? He said, because the African Union refused the results between this club and this club during the last match. So he was confusing the African Union with the CAF. When I explained it to him, he said, okay, now you can go, there is no problem. So there's really a problem of awareness. Many African people don't really know the existence of the African Union, which is a reality that we need to face. And I think we really need to do more. And that is why I'm really honored and delighted to be part of this conversation, so we can collectively try to become ambassadors of the African Union, simply because the slogan is, if you are an African, then you are the African Union. Also, other challenges that are faced by the African Union organ is lack of funding. Most of the organs that I mentioned before, they do lack funding. And there is a reality that we are not really hiding from sharing with our African people, that the programming budget for the African Union, 97% of it comes from partners. 97%. And I think that is really a shame for us as Africans to be funded by partners, external partners, but that is the reality. There is also lack of coordination. We have a number of regional economic communities, as we all know. Like for Uganda, for example, we have IGAD and we have the East African Community. And I think Uganda is also a member of COMESA. So there's a number of RECs, but despite the existence of RECs and the African Union, there is lack of coordination and synergy between what is happening at the regional level and at the continental level. So in many cases, we have instruments and mechanisms that are operating at the continental level, but they are not linked to what is happening at the regional level, and also they are not linked to what is happening at the national level. And that is why I hope today during this conversation we will come up with some recommendations on how we can ensure this, ensure synergy and coherence between the continental, the regional, and the national systems. How we can at least be aware of the strategies that are currently in place, that are promoted by the African Union. I think the main objectives of them is to strengthen and facilitate the development of coordinated continental human rights promotion and protection. And we are not there yet, because to do so, we need to make sure that the regional mechanisms as well as the national mechanisms are part of this process. Now what we did for the constitutional courts of Africa, all constitutional courts, we assisted in creating a secretariat. This secretariat has an MOU with the African Union to ensure coordination and collaboration between all constitutional courts and through the secretariat with the African Union. The same goes for the national human rights institutions. They have also a secretariat based in Nairobi, and we try through the secretariat to work with the national human rights institution at the national level. The same goes for the anti-corruption bodies. The same goes for the ombudsman at the national level. So these secretariats are quite active, and they link the African Union as the continental organization with these entities at the national level. That in fact led to enhance the capacity of the system at the continental level, because now the national human rights institutions, they have an annual gathering on the margin of the sessions of the Commission in Banjul to coordinate and exchange information and best practices. What are we doing really to go deep as continental organization to work with the national entities at the national level? In 2016 in Kigali, our heads of state and government adopted the Human and People's Rights Decade in Africa. Unfortunately, because of issues that followed and then the COVID-19, the decade was not immediately declared as it was supposed to be declared in 2016. And it was declared in 2018, 2 years after. And then an action plan was developed. And the purpose of the decade is to work with our member states at the national level to promote and protect human and people's rights, but also to enhance the capacities of national human rights mechanisms that are in charge of the promotion and protection of human and people's rights. So we currently in the second phase of the implementation of the action plan. What is the action plan is all about is to strengthen and enhance the capacity of human rights mechanisms raise awareness on the culture of human and people's rights on the continent, promote coordination between African Union regional institutions as well as national institutions, and then ensure or encourage, in fact, member states to speed the ratification of human rights treaties. The specific objectives are there, but among them, I think the most important thing is to accelerate the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the human rights instrument. Why we are focusing on this? We have realized that our member states, they are very quick to ratify UN instruments. They are very quick to implement them and to make them part of the law. And they are very quick to report on them. But on the other side of the coin, they are very slow in doing so for any African Union treaty that is advancing good governance, democracy, and rule of law on the continent. Once we have the action plan fully implemented in a few years, we ensure that, or at least we hope that those issues on the screen will be promoted and achieved. In particular, a right-based approach to development, including social, economic, cultural, and environmental rights is promoted. This one, because we do believe that most of our problems in Africa, they are caused by the poverty, the lack of economic development that we are facing, and especially now with the climate change issues that we are facing on the continent. The African Union Commission now is promoting the transitional justice policy, which was adopted in February 2023. The development of this policy took almost about 10 years, and we finally agreed on a policy that could be used during conflict and post-conflict, but also to stabilize peace in countries that are promoting good governance, democracy, and rule of law. What is the rationale of the policy? As you can see, it is there. Its mandate. It has a mandate to develop and forge consensus on the transitional justice policy, to complement national, regional, and continental instruments. So the purpose of the African Union Transitional Justice Policy is to bring in informal ways of justice, to promote justice, but also to promote and advance peace and security in complementarity of the formal justice that is in place. So it's not going to really contradict the formal justice that we have in place. What is the premises of the policy? These are the pillars: a programmatic and normative imperative, as well as sharing experience and best practices. That is why we're attending this conference, so we can take the experiences that were shared as of yesterday back to Addis. And of course, to make sure that there's sequencing between the formal and the informal justice system, and to make sure that there's participation, citizen participation in the process, to address the issue of knowledge gap and knowledge management on transitional justice in Africa. I was very glad that our brother from Burundi yesterday was speaking about knowledge management and documentation of the experiences that is happening in, excuse me, in Burundi. And we hope that this process also will reach other processes, so we can have a complete set of knowledge management about the experiences that have been seen in Africa. Principles and values of the transitional justice is to ensure African leadership. This is an African-owned process. It is based on the African shared values. It promotes national and local ownership. And it's about inclusiveness, equality, and non-discrimination, promotion of reconciliation with accountability and responsibility, cooperation, coherence, and coordination among all stakeholders, and of course grounding within the contextual realities that we face on the ground, capacity building for sustainability to ensure that these informal mechanisms will last long to advance justice at the national level. These are the indicative elements of the transitional justice. It is no longer draft, it is now been adopted. So peace agreements all the way to memorialization and all of the issues related to reconciliation and social cohesions. With a special focus on gender, children and youth. Before I hand over the microphone, I wish to make a proposal to be part of the outcome document of this meeting, that we cooperate together with World Voices Uganda to bring this experience to the continental level, where we can organize a conference next year, hopefully, or the year after next, to bring all the stakeholders on the continent to deliberate and to discuss this important issue of informal justice, so we can then have a continental concept and narrative on informal justice in Africa that we could call it an African-owned processes. I hope this appeal will be looked at and considered by the leadership of the World Voices Uganda. And once again, we thank you very much indeed for the invitation. I submit. Thank you very much.
Various and I think appropriate rules that have been developed and put in place, and these rules have been followed by appropriate structures that are intended to consolidate respect for and realization of human rights, rule of law, and access to justice, right from the Constitutive Act of the African Union to the different continental rules preceding the Act itself, as well as those that came after the Act, up to especially the Transitional Justice Policy of February 2023. These rules do not contradict formal justice, but supplement and complement it, and are anchored on Africanist principles that he outlined. Perhaps as we prepare to get to the next presentation, Ambassador may be thinking about the following issues as we also wait for some issues from the audience. From the perspective of governance transformation, the development of the 2023 Transitional Justice Policy presupposes that there was some rules gap and practice gaps. So in your view, until that policy now becomes operational on the everyday realities of the everyday African, why should such an African who struggles with access to justice and rule of law care about the African Union, the regional economic communities, and other intergovernmental institutions in the continent? Two, I think now in keeping with your last proposal, what could be the role of non-state actors like civil society, private sector, or traditional and cultural institutions in enabling the implementation and operationalization of the policy, the transitional justice policy? And finally, you share our concerns about slow ratification, domestication, and implementation of AU rules. I would like to be enlightened. Does the AU Commission have the mandate and also power to engage states who go slow on ratification, domestication, and implementation of these rules? And if so, how far? What has been the experience of engaging these kinds of actors? Finally, some of the impunity that drives rights violations, that stifles access to justice, and hampers rule of law is driven by African states. So how does the African Union and other regional and continental institutions engage states themselves when human rights violations and access to justice are constrained? Thank you very much, Ambassador. Can I request for a loud hand clap for Ambassador? From our presentation on leveraging customary and informal justice and Sustainable Development Goal 16, Joint Action Plan, strengthen linkages between formal and informal justice systems, we are going to hear from Ms. Laura Ospina from Pathfinders for Peaceful, Just and Inclusive Societies. Please, Laura, are you online? If you are online, please, you can start and make your presentation. Unlike the ambassador who had the benefit of hospitality, we will give you 20 minutes. Thank you. Laura, are you online? Laura is not online? Fine. As we wait for Laura or anybody from IDLO to come online, I will request Ambassador to be responding to some of the issues I have raised, and then possibly we can have some comments, questions, and observations from the audience as we wait for Laura. Thank you. Ambassador, please.
Thank you very much, moderator, for the question asked. As we all know that the African Union Commission is a member states-based organization. So what we try to do as African Union is to try to build policies, instruments that will assist our member states to achieve the ultimate goals that were set in our constitutive act as members of the African Union. The only two problems that I must admit, one, which I highlighted in my presentation, that most of our programs are not funded by the African member states, but funded by partners. And secondly, there is lack of political will to implement the policies, pronouncements, and decisions that were made by the African Union. The African Union Transitional Justice Policy is no exception really to the other policies that we currently have in place. Despite the fact that it took us almost 10 years to develop this process, and the process was very lengthy, simply because in the beginning of it, transitional justice in Africa was not really seen as informal justice, but it was seen as quote-unquote ICC. So because of that, there was this fear of trying to develop a parallel processes to the formal system at the national level. And I think the fever and the fear has not disappeared until now. Many member states still believe that informal justice could be a window for the involvement of other external stakeholders, especially in societies where the civil society is quite strong. So that is why we are trying to work closely with all the stakeholders at the national level to make sure that there is at least understanding or full understanding of what is the transitional justice policy is all about, and then to work together on models and initiatives to assist our member states to promote and to implement at the national level. The transitional justice is a set of guidance. It's not really a policy that we can say fits all situations. Excuse me, but in fact, it is a set of guidance that could be used by member states in different ways to implement processes of transitional justice at the national level. The role of non-stakeholders or non-state actors of in the promotion of the transitional justice policy the policy recognizes the strong role that could be played by civil society, by traditional leaders, religious leaders, by media and academia in the process, simply because the process is a collective process. And that is why, in the few interventions that the African Union made, in South Sudan, in Somalia, in CAR, in Mali, there was really, I would say, serious call by the African Union that all stakeholders must be allowed to be part of this, the process of the implementation of the policy at the national level. And that is why I would say that we scored very good results in some of the countries that the African Union had direct intervention in to promote transitional justice processes at the national level. How can we engage the state on law ratification? Yes, the African Union Commission, through the commissioners' offices, they have ways and means to interact with member states on law ratification. But in fact, from my own personal experience, I would say, in many cases, I believe that the law ratification is not intentional. It's not intentional. It is basically because of lack of awareness. I remember a few years back, I was on a promotional visit to promote the ACDEC, the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance. We visited the member states. We met with the speaker. We spoke to him about the need to ratify the treaty. And the speaker, after listening to us carefully for almost 45 minutes, he looked at me and he said, "My brother, I never heard of this treaty before." And then he said, "Okay, here, write it down on this paper." So I took the paper and I wrote the name of the treaty. He said, "That's enough. Now you can go." 2 weeks later, the treaty was ratified. So in many cases, I think there is lack of continuity. Those who have knowledge of what is the African Union is all about and the treaties of the African Union, they have been, they may be allocated to embassies outside of the country or different agencies of the government, and therefore the information will be missed, and those who are decision makers will not have the appropriate information to make a decision. That is why we really count on civil society, media, and academia to raise awareness among legislators and also members of the executive on AU treaties and instruments for ratification. The problem is doesn't really stop by ratification, but our biggest problem is also implementation. The ACDEC is supposed to be a treaty to promote good governance, democracy, rule of law on the continent. So that means no coup d'etats, no any unconstitutional change of government. The first country that ratified was Mauritania. 3 months after ratification, a coup d'etat took place in Mauritania. 3 months, not even a year after. So the ink didn't get, was not dry yet, the signature ink, and a coup d'etat happened. So I think the issue of implementation is quite important for us as Africans that we need to discuss and try to promote. The African Union and issues related to impunity, we do engage member states. And in some of the closed sessions, you will not even believe it, how our heads of state and government are talking to each other. Especially during the fever of the ICC, when President Bashir was still in power. We used to have very hot debate during the closed session. But the problem is, as soon as they leave that room and they go back to normal business, then it is normal business, and nobody cares about what the conversation took place. But we really try to engage our heads of state and government on all of these issues. And I must end by saying that we all need to remember, since the transformation of the organization from OAU to AU, our heads of state and government declared the organization as a people-centered organization. So that means the people of Africa have a great stake in the African Union, because the African Union is no longer a club of heads of state and government. I submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I think we should walk in and reclaim our organization from Addis Ababa and take it to Kagadi. I think this is now for God. We need, with your colleagues, some research on ratification, domestication, and implementation so that we can have a starting point for engaging state parties to become a bit more serious about these rules. I am made to understand there is someone from IDLO in the room, Mishiro Mongeni. She's a gender specialist at IDLO. She's going to make a presentation on behalf of IDLO. Apparently, Laura has difficulties joining us because she's many hours away and there are difficulties of time convergence due to the failure of the sun to reach all of us at the same time. Can I allow Madam Shiro to make the presentation? Can we project the presentation, perhaps? We have... Sorry for really ambushing you, but we believe you'll do a good job since you're from IDLO.
Okay. Thank you so much. My name, as stated, is Shiro Mogeni from IDLO, but IDLO Kenya Country Office, but we're all together with our headquarters. We apologize. I think, as stated by the moderator, it might be because of the time difference, and sometimes there's margin that we can allow also for this kind of arrangements. So I'll proceed and present, and it was a very short presentation. We thank God for that, so that it is going to be straightforward. May I please ask we go to the next slide? Thank you so much. So why we had also selected, initially the presentation, technology, thank you. So initially the presentation was to be done by IDLO because there's a partnership we have with Pathfinder at the international level. And this partnership is basically geared to see how we can support initiatives towards advancing rule of law at the global level, so that we can have those standards established, and how we can also be able to influence the global legal discourse to be able now to infiltrate back into the domestic levels and countries that we partner with as an institution. So in terms of just monitoring the indexes and performance of countries in terms of advancing rule of law, it's a partnership and a network that has been established together with Pathfinders and other organizations at the global level. So the title of the framework is called the Working Group on Customary Informal Justice and SDG 16+. We are all aware that the SDG 16 is what we use as a normative framework when we're engaging in justice frameworks, and also when we're engaging in informal justice systems, because it's clear in terms of its provision on the need to be able to strengthen these institutions to address and respond to the different justice needs of the society. But we thought of, why not put a plus? Because SDG 16 itself, it's not precise and concise on the informal justice systems mechanisms. It is here saying we can use a multi-door approach, but multi-door approach is quite varied. So we said we are going to add a plus, establish a working group that is basically gearing international and global conversations on the plus. The plus is appreciating the role of customary justice informal systems in facilitating, advancing, and promoting access to justice. And why were we saying again another plus is because we want a justice mechanism that is in line with our Vision 2030. That justice that is available for all, that no one is being left behind. So we structured it in a manner that we also gain support at the international level to be able to review the targets that are set under SDG 16. So we amended the targets to be able to create room again to facilitate a framework where let me use the word maybe CIJ, can be simple, where CIJs can be promoted at the country level and also gain a lot of funding support in terms of opening space for them to be used as an avenue for justice. So that is the objective of the framework. It's basically to create an enabling policy environment at the national, at the global level for governments, development partners, civil society to engage effectively with CIJ in efforts to build more coherent and inclusive justice systems. So this is a working group that we urge countries to also get representation, to have institutions represented in that working group so that you can have a grounding framework at the international level, bring it back home to be able to create a formal structure for engagement and integration of customary informal justices into the system. Next slide, please. Oh, I was supposed to okay, thank you so much. So one of the achievements of our collaboration or the working group that is beyond even IDLO and Pathfinders is a joint action plan that was developed. A joint action plan was basically developed, which is due, we're reviewing another one, to be able to now give a guiding framework on how countries can be able to promote SDG 16. Coming up with your own indicators, understanding what is your specific needs, conducting in-house assessment to understand what is the normative structure that can facilitate integration of CIJ in your own framework. But basically, this is an action plan at the global level, but the ideas beneath it, the ideas embedded in that action plan are basically items that you can use at our own local level to be able to see how it translates into positive outcomes for engagement of CIJ. Then the other move that we made also is a joint action plan for 2024-2026, basically sustaining collaborative action on CIJ. We lead it together with other institutions, and when one of the agenda is improving the policy evidence framework for CIJ. A case study I can use from Kenya is that we were able to implement that recommendation by coming up with what we are calling alternative justice system policy. It has been passed and adopted by government. In addition to that, we also ensured that using that framework, we're able to facilitate and push for an ADR policy, alternative dispute resolution policy, which has been adopted by government. So there is funding allocated at the ministerial level to be able to implement these policies. And because AJS for us is also a little bit anchored within the judiciary, so you find also the judiciary allocating funds for implementation of AJS policy, which has never happened, but this financial year, we're happy to announce that at least there is tangible amount of money that has been allocated for that. So that is the aim of these action plans, basically providing a guiding framework on how we can improve our rule of law index. These reports help us to identify the markers and indicators that can help you to move from one index to another, improving to show that as much as there's a global report that there's recession in terms of rule of law, it has declined. Even the justice space is really widening. We're having a widening justice gap reported at the international level. So how do we do this to be able to close the gap, to be able to monitor that issues even of mandamano that has happened, we've experienced in our own country as Kenya, that it does not really hinder or demean the value of rule of law and also the spaces that CAJ can be able to engage. The next one. Sorry, before that, the second last slide, you'll see, kindly take me back. Okay. So the policy, when you look at the last bullet there, it's indicated policy advocacy action. This is now what is happening at the Kenyan level. You see there's Kituo cha Sheria. It's actually an NGO that offers legal aid services to justice seekers in Kenya. But they've been able to engage, and I urge civil society organizations represented here, opportunities are there to engage at that global level. It's just a fundraising mechanism to be able to strengthen the CIJs at your own levels of engagement. So Kituo cha Sheria did an application, justified why they should be able to join this platform to contribute towards implementation of the joint action plan for advancement of SDG 16+. So in terms of global trends, we have the World Justice Project. And the World Justice Project, gives us also the World Justice Report in terms of indexes. And when you read the current one, you realize that our rule of law index generally at the global level has gone down. One of the things that the report states is that over 6 billion people living in a country that rule of law is declining. The other thing they've also indicated is that fundamental rights are now going down to be appreciated and respected by 77%. The stretch that has been experienced within the justice system, completely within the formal justice system. So there may, and also, of course, there's issue of executive overreaching and overstretching their mandate. Those are some of the factors that, if are not monitored within your country, it gives you a low-level index reporting. And some of these index reporting have an impact, even for your country's participation in global discourse, for your country to be able to get a lot of development agenda partnership. They'll look at your index so that if rule of law is the driver for change, if you want to use the rule of law for driving change in terms of even CIJ integration into the justice system, for instance, for what worked in Kenya, your index must be a little bit high. So it really has an impact. I call upon you to look at that World Justice Report is online, and all those ones are the things that are recommended by the report. The justice gap must be filled somehow, and we must be able to open up a multi-door approach to justice. We're not confined by the formal justice and that the judiciary only is mandated to offer justice solutions, but you find in other countries the judiciary is opening door for other justice providers to be able to help them resolve the problem. Because every day the justice gap is widening. So we need to see how to strengthen CIJ movements. That is a recommendation that is coming from that report, to be able to fill in the justice gap that is existing in collaboration with other donors, and of course the UN is also on board in such systems. I'm concluding. How many minutes do I have, moderator? 5? Thank you. So this is the illustration of the policies that are existing, and they are functioning, and they've been budgeted for, and they're being implemented in countries. Kenya, we have the Kenya Alternative Justice System policy, which was informed by a baseline that really gives us different models of AJS. It introduces items like programs like the court annexed programs. It has autonomous, semi-autonomous, so it really categorizes different justice models within the customary informal justice framework, which if you have time, you can be able to engage on that, or a share copy that you can be able to read more about it. But it's very comprehensive. In Somalia, which is also part of our target, a country that we have offices as IDLO, we've been able to support Somalia to come up with an ADR system. And for their system, in terms of CIJ, is a bit different. Because remember, their system, to some extent, they resolve also criminal matters. But you've seen and heard the results that we got from the judiciary the other day, when our Chief Justice, also from Kenya, was launching AJS platform in Isiolo. And she actually mentioned that AJS now is being integrated in prison to be able to resolve petty offenses. Isn't it working? And these are all referred to as, again in reference from the global conversation and the action plans that we've talked about. So finally, that is the regional efforts, which has been summarized. There are many. We invite you to be able to participate. The Knowledge Platform Action Conference is normally held every after 2 years. So we are going to have another one, and we'll be in 2024, actually, we're having one, which is in Dakar, in Senegal. The other one was in Nairobi, and we invited a number of representation from Uganda and Rwanda, Somalia, where we have offices. So may I perhaps stop from there and allow questions?
Thank you very much,
at the
Shiro.
appropriate time.
Please join us here at the high table. I would like to open this to comments and questions. Can we give Shiro a loud hand clap? We will begin from this side. get questions and comments and swing like this. Hands up for those who have questions and comments for our panelists, our presenters. I have a hand from Zay. 1, 2, 3. Let's first pick the first 3.
Yeah, I want to direct my comment to Ambassador. We Africans, we must have law in Africa. We should stop being law, getting laws from Europe. Even religion from Europe, even laws from Europe. Why are we Africans? So if the OU has mandate to change the law in African interests, thank you.
Thank you very much. That the Africanization of the law is an important development in the right direction. There is a hand somewhere behind.
Good morning, colleagues. Ambassador Salah, I come from Toro Kingdom in Western Uganda. We say where you find the king is where you prostrate. Now that I have the ambassador in flesh and I'm able to see you here from a distance, this is a call. Those of us who have been involved in accountability mechanisms at the African Commission, towards those processes, normally we go into a stampede. So my call is, if you have your colleagues in Banjul, is to ask them to have at least a desk in our judicial institutions in every member country. Just a desk. I'm sure these judicial institutions can offer a desk and space to be able to receive input from especially grassroots organizations like ours. Not many of people wearing suits, so people, when you talk of Banjul, mentally it becomes unreachable, and participation is limited in that regard. 2, within the context of the CIJ, how do we increase the of accountability participants within the African Commission system and also the other mechanism of special rapporteurs? The good thing is that you also deal with political matters in your desk. When you talk of a special rapporteur, I'm told some of them have had this in a UPR meeting by a former special rapporteur, that even inviting a special rapporteur, African states deny them visas to fly into the country. And yet it's a mechanism that we have under our charter. That is another matter that we needed that you could help us with. My sister, I was at Kenyatta University. I learned of a certain model by Masai, some informal mechanisms. I think it looked very effective. I would encourage you to study it and then see how we can really bring it on board. It was very authoritative, very respected. I could have some African solutions to, or maybe acceptability across borders. I thank you.
There is a hand this side.
Yeah, Excellency and colleagues, I think let me start by saying thank you for these 2 presentations, quite insightful. On one of the components on state ratification, I think just to mention that at the level of UNDP, at Addis, I think we've been working quite closely with the Commission, especially on these 5 core treaties to work with member states, to encourage ratification and localization, just as a comment. But I want to speak to the transitional justice policy a little bit, because I worked with it trying to see its application in the context of the Lake Chad Basin situation. But specifically, how we see it localized, because the premise is really around political contestation and local conflicts of regional and international significance. And precisely one of the subcomponents that utilizes good offices, the panel of the wise, we see Muzee here, really bringing to us the potential of authority at the local level to prevent, to anticipate, and to deal with the local issues. So how do we utilize these mechanisms at the regional level, endorsed by our member states, to really encourage application lessons and utilization of the regional systems, such as this one in specific, the panel, which adopts the local systems of authority in informing and influencing, how we see disputes, how we prevent them from, materializing and festering, and then how do we take that wisdom at the local level, and vice versa. Thank you.
I would like to get all the questions and comments. If there are any more, I see more 3 hands. 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we can come back to the high table.
Excellency, distinguished delegates, allow me also to join everyone to thank you, Ambassador and Madam Shilo, for those very wonderful presentations. And my point where I think carry from what Muzee was saying, that why do we always have to get the Western kind of legal frameworks, yet time immemorial, as Africa, we've always had our culture, our rules, our laws. And looking at this CIJ, I think for me this is the beginning point of, where we should really reawaken and start using what you already have by formalizing, by documenting, and by having it come into frameworks, of member states. Looking at our continent and the fragility around it, I think, Ambassador, you'll agree with me that one of the ways we could probably minimize or stabilize our continent would be through such frameworks. And I think for me the approach matters. When you talk about ratification and all that, it's always about the bottom top. When you notice most of these legal frameworks are top-bottom. I think when you look at like this CIJ, I think let's start. I love this approach where we are beginning now. What should be the next stage? We need to see how to bring governments together and appreciate. I know they know this, but they take this up, own it up, and we could use our building blocks, for example, the RECs. If we could have this under ESC, IGAD, and we make sure that it is solid under that regional mechanism, then it will be very easy to move it up to the AU level. So my call and my question to you is maybe how can we now advance this from this kind of conference to another kind of, high-level conference, probably up to a ministerial level, using the existing frameworks. Bringing together, for example, we could start with the 8 ESC member states or the 8 IGAD member states, COMESA, SADC, ECOWAS, Maghreb, and then at the end of the day, I think it will be very easy now for your division ambassador to amalgamate this at the AU. I thank you.
Good morning to you, and I would like to ask just 2 questions, and to be on the fundings where you get money to use in African Union. why do African countries don't contribute to the African Union, and why is external partners interested in contributing on Africa actually? Because for me, it's also about independence. Are you independent in your way of working if you're getting money from the outside of the continent? Are the African countries not contributing because they don't believe in what you do, or they don't have enough money to contribute? So I hope you come out with some answers for that. Thank you.
Some of these are very complicated macro monetary policy questions. The two hands behind, and then we finish with Justice here.
Thank you so much, the presenters on the panel. Yesterday I told you I'm a political scientist and I'm practicing politician. My colleague is there. He's joined us. He's a former member of parliament for Guru. I would like to thank you for your presentation, but I've made an observation that we in Africa, we believe we are Pan-Africanists. I shared with the judge yesterday, retired judge, that I think we need a Pan-Africanist perspective. And in this far gathering, in the conversation, we really needed a member of parliament from the Pan-African Parliament to give us also his side of the legislators at the continental level, how they are considering some of the challenges we have. Because the world, the capitalists are not very fair to us, and we are not going to beat them because they need to continue dominating and exploiting. When there's an opportunity like this one, I wish to remind participants that there's a theory, modernization theory, which was propounded and is even taught at universities. Most of us have gone through that we are like satellite states. If we are satellite states, we try to work within the framework of the capitalist states and regimes. So it's very difficult for us to run out of that captivity. But what helps some of us is that we are proactive and we are very prompt when such an idea comes. I am aware that university students are some of the forces or the basis for activism, that if we need to activate or create awareness, I wanted to quote Ambassador. He said that there are some challenges. We need to ratify the laws. We need to create awareness, and then we should involve people in enforcing some of these issues of changing the society. And like the informal justice system, we need proactive members. So I wanted to suggest that since there are a number of challenges, the ambassador has told us no funding, goodwill is not there, some people don't want to contribute. So like the Swedish, they always support grassroots-based organizations. And I'm one of the beneficiaries for 10 years. I got funding from the Swedish, and I helped government to implement a sports development policy involving young people. And I've been given awards by UN Habitat, by Tumaini Awards program, by State House. So I also see an opportunity here that since this is a regional conference and we are having a conversation, I want to appeal to members to encourage our Pan-African members of parliament to participate in such fora. Secondly, our universities, they are very active. We had a students' secretariat for the African, I think, student organizations in Ghana. We would engage at this level I would have expected a representative from that students' organization. Personally, I worked with the Uganda National Students Association, with the Honorable, and we were able to do sensitization of students in pilot educational institutions in Uganda. Finally, I would like to thank you for the opportunity and reiterate my appeal to African Union Ambassador that please use universities and also use progressive grassroots sports clubs. I've not talked about that, but for us, we command a following in the sports fraternity. So, because in Greece also, there's a concept of a kecheria. When there is Olympic Games, the wars, the fighting stops, and there's peace, and we continue doing our work in our different countries. So, I would like you to table this, that the student organization in Africa needs participation, and also grassroots organizations, which are being funded by even the Swedish people, to support us, because we are ready to be part of the solution, also working on informal justice system, and also try to counter the oppressive formal justice system. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much once again, our presenters. I think the presentation were really very informative. I'm called Lukendo Mbokani Mpara. I work for the Refugee-Led Organization Network. At the same time, I am the Secretary General of the Africa Refugee-Led Network. Personally, I've experienced from first hand the impact of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, where we've had opportunities to read statements specifically on the free mobility of refugees. And I think we are currently seeing the result where they can easily move through some regions within Africa. From the presentation of the ambassador, we saw that you also share the same sentiment with us, where you talked about, the 90% of the funding coming from the external partners. I'm wondering whether there have been instances where you've engaged, for example, the heads of state, and what were the responses that, for example, you received regarding the reliance on external funding. But also, have any of our leaders expressed concerns or taken measures to address this dependency? And what steps, for example, are being considered to enhance sustainable funding within the African Union and the continent as a whole? Lastly, I'm wondering how, for example, a platform like this one can, for example, help you push your agenda forward in terms of having sustainable funding at the level of the African Union. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think I want to join those who thank the two presenters for these well-crafted and deep-diving presentations. Thank you very much. I again thank Mr. Bender for bringing me here. I'm the richer. Ambassador, I'm happy you mentioned the project regarding constitutional courts in Africa. I quickly went on the sites. Maybe I'm looking the wrong place. I can't see that MOU. I'm interested, right? So I'd like to see that. But a question that I think is relevant to the two of you, Madam Shiro referred us to the World Justice Project. Let me say, from the time I became aware of this report, every time I read it, I shake my head. And I'm going to ask my question later. We have jurisdictions in Africa whose judiciaries are fiercely independent. Take Kenya, for instance. The country we're in, Uganda, very stable on all levels. But look at where they are ranked. in this project. And I say, what's happening? What's driving these rankings? So I'm not disputing what you're saying, that for one to get funding, you need to check where you are ranked. But perhaps the AU can assist, Ambassador. You may consider coming with an African-originated report. Because we live in these countries. We see countries where judges are persecuted when they give certain decisions. But you see those countries being ranked higher. I'm asking myself what is happening. You may not be able to give an answer here, but I'm just saying I couldn't hold myself. I said to my elder here, I'm not going to ask the question. And he's going to chide me afterwards, say, why did you ask the question? But I couldn't hold myself. Say, I think I must mention this. I'm an African. Wherever I go on the world stage, I'm proudly African about what we've done in this continent, especially on the judiciary front, right? You have a country where someone is killed who say, I can't breathe. But to find a country like that being ranked higher, the people who cause these people's deaths go scot-free, yet their countries are ranked higher. And it's a justice project. So I just thought, let me say that. But I'm thankful for the presentations because it opens our minds. Thank you very much.
Give him a minute and honorable minute, then we go online.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I know we are entering our break time, but we are trying to salvage the situation and our panelists don't have to respond to everything. Yes?
Yeah, thank you. My name again is Usindo War from the chiefdom of Tiangadola, Eastern Uganda. From my observation since yesterday, coupled up with the presentation we have just had from Mama and my brother there, it is now apparent that we need to continue building more synergies. And so far, from the two groups that are now clear are the elders and the women, particularly on the side of gender. It is also apparent because from policy and legal framework that will bring in the other interest groups. They should come out quite clearly. The youths, persons with disabilities, and all this, because that is now a requirement, whether we like or not. And for us in our chiefdom, it is very, very paramount that that is always considered in all aspects of any discussion. So I don't know, it should be now our parameter that will come out with a percentage of those people's participation in this synergy building as we move, because you cannot go to level of Africa and then tomorrow Australia without bringing in that aspect quite clearly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Finally, and then we go online.
Yeah, thank you so much, the organizers and the panelists. My name is Leandro Komakech, former member of parliament in Uganda. I currently work with the International Criminal Court as a consultant on reparation of Dominic Ongwen. I need to respond to Ambassador on the issue of AU and how the distance and how we do not feel the AU at the grassroots. Possibly as a governance expert, you could reflect on even the East African community itself is quite a challenge. It takes one to say, how do I appear East African? When you go to Kenya, you get challenges at the border, and yet we are here, you know? So if you go to the AU level, that is so high. So what is the Secretariat doing to demystify this, the African citizenry beyond the passports? How do we manage the issue of migration to a way that should be very easy? If I'm to go to Cote d'Ivoire, I should just go. If I'm to go to any place, I should just go. Recently, I was in the Central African Republic, where I was repatriating with the Minister of Defense, the Lord's Resistance Army elements. You could see the Africanness in Central Africa. There are areas where Africans have never lived. And when you talk of funding, we were shocked that in Central Africa, not even DRC, Central Africa, the east part of it, can actually run the economy of Africa. Because we have all these very precious minerals that God left them there and no human being has ever discovered them. Gold flows in River Bangi. It flows with the water, with the river. If you're flying over River Bangi, you see the river is brown, dark brown. It's gold. As it turns the corner, you just get at the bank and you just scoop your gold. Now, that is why the French have refused to leave Central Africa. They have remained at the airport. They said, you go. They say, we are not going. If
and that's why they have to continue funding the AU.
So that is where the challenge is. So I think...
But these are not issues for justices and
yes,
ambassadors.
So I think we need to work a lot more. Now I come back to informal justice. Even the way we say it itself, we are captives of how we explain ourselves. Why informal? Common law was imported to Africa. Uganda received it, I think, 1902, order in council. And we behave as if we are them. I think we need to begin engineering on how we make a kind of a jurisprudence that Uganda is struggling to do. I appreciate those who are from Ministry of Justice. They have worked so hard on the transitional justice policy. They have pushed the agenda of traditional justice to the extent that if we now get the law soon, I hope soon, then you begin to see a kind of an hybrid jurisprudence that work alongside those ones we call the common law. But our biggest challenge is even conceptualizing our laws, we call them informal. Why can't we decolonize our thinking? Because that is where the challenge is. Everything good must be from outside. We talked about externalization. I think you raised it somewhere there. I don't want to go. It is so controversial. But my appeal is, from all the countries we come from, how do we begin to reconceptualize our legal thinking to have laws that speak to our values, just like they did it in Europe? Because for me, as long as we cannot do that, we call everything alternative. We call everything informal. Then we are in a very big problem for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to go online. My brother Komakesh knows that where there is political will, everything follows. Political will is like the word of God. Once God speaks, things happen. I am told, is it Laura? Barbara from IDLO is online. Maybe we can give her a minute to say something. After her, we get the comments and questions and observations from our online audience, and then we come back to the presenters.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, the team. My question was going to go to the Ambassador Salah, and I can see that Laura is now online. Laura, sorry, I know it's about 4 a.m. where you are. The question that I had, I actually placed it on the chat box, but it was just quickly to see whether the AU has considered, as the challenge that was raised in promoting coordination between the different RECs, courts, and international institutions, actually working with the academia and education section, the education sector. That way, you build a society that is aware of the functions of the different institutions that are within Africa, the RECs, the AU, and the others, so that people can understand and integrate, especially through social accountability forums, the role of AU, and will therefore be able to agitate for the need to collaborate, respect, and implement any AU-based policy. So just a quick question to Ambassador Salah would be happy to hear from him. And he should know that IDLO as a convener of SDG 16 plus would be happy to partner with the AU on this front. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura, sorry for interrupting your sleep. Are you able to say something?
Hi, everyone. So sorry about the problems with the scheduling, but I'm really glad Shiro was able to step in and provide some inputs on the working group on customary and informal justice. I'm really glad you were able to look into this. This is a global initiative, but more and more organizations around the world have been joining, and we encourage more and more people to join. And just also at the end, just mentioning that with Pathfinders, we are now launching a new high ambition coalition of government, non-governmental, and intergovernmental organizations that are seeking to promote the understanding and use of people-centered approaches in Africa. It is called the African Alliance for People-Centered Justice. This is all based on learnings that we had on an Ibero-American alliance, and this is now the African Alliance. And the objective will be to advance progress attainment in, between SDG 16, but also Goal 11 of the African Union's Agenda 2063. There's going to be, of course, a very specific conception phase. I mean, we are aware of the vastness and diversity within Africa. And based on the initial assessment, our point of departure will be with partners drawn from 9 countries: Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Malawi, South Africa, Zambia, the Gambia, Nigeria, and Sierra Leone, and then with the intention to expand this reach. And within this alliance, we will have now a working group, different from the other global working group. This will be a regional working group that will focus on promoting diverse pathways of justice, including customary and informal justice. So from the working group and from Pathfinders, I really invite those here today and observing to connect with us and be part of this movement of people-centered justice. The Alliance will be officially launched in Dakar this year, as Shiro mentioned, and in November during the KPAC conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Before I begin with my sister here, I must reiterate Honorable Komakechi's idea of some form of ideation or engineering so that we can begin to conceptualize from our own African perspectives and perhaps come up with new terminologies that do not derogate our own systems, values, and institutional foundations that we have lived with for thousands of years. I'll request you to be as brief as you can and answer all those questions that you think you can answer, respond to all the comments you think you can respond to, and possibly also share information on how more of this conversation can unfold beyond this room. Thank you. Sister.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I like the engagement because it's more of feedback to us and African Union in terms of just improving our work and also just seeing how we can facilitate a people justice centered rule of law, but also justice. I agree with the Pan-African context that is being proposed by one of the participants, but it needs a lot of needs assessment to be able to understand what is the specific need in your own country, governance gap that is existing, and what terminology or what model of customary informal justice systems can work for you. For instance, for Kenya, the word alternative justice system, it was suited at that time and at the moment, but really to do a domestic analysis of your country to see what really works out. But remember, at the end of the day, we want to offer justice solutions to fill in the existing gaps. Rule of law, I agree. But sometimes when you're ranked below the indexes, it's really a contribution from all the branches of law, the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. Because we might give progressive jurisprudence from the judiciary, but are they being implemented by the executive? Are the executive also legislature respecting the rule of law, the functionality of the rule of law in the society? So all those parameters, when they're looked at together, you might find your ranking really is a bit low. So it's really a journey that a country must look at, building their democratic space, advancing their rule of law steps as a whole, as an institute, as a country. Lastly, because I know most of them are response, yes, the Maasai model has worked out for us, and it has been replicated in situations that it can fit. So it's something that you also need to look at, and you engage during lunch break to share more about that model and see whether it can have an impact in a society that has more similar interactions with the community. I think let me leave it at that. And just to contribute towards the response that will be given by Ambassador, our engagement at the regional level, really, there are many avenues, including just ensuring that your state is really developing and having accountability measures when they're reporting implementation of the African Charter and many other African documents and frameworks that we've established. How are we participating in ensuring that there's accountability in every article of that charter that your country has ratified, or a policy that the African Union has implemented? How do we contribute towards implementation, creating awareness, lobbying for it to take effect in our respective countries? Others, I thank you so much for the interactive session.
Ambassador, then I'm told we will have to stand up for photo moment before we leave the podium.
Great. Thank you so very much, moderator. I'll be very brief. But before I dive into the answers and to highlight some of the comments that were made, I wish to just ask how many of us in the room know about Equatorial Guinea? Equatorial Guinea. And what is the capital city of Equatorial Guinea? And what language do they speak? Spanish. And what is the population of Equatorial Guinea? It's 1,600,000. 1 million of them live in the capital city, which is Malabo. As we all know, Malabo is an island. So the island is 1.5 hours by plane from the mainland. So Malabo, which is 1.5 hours from the mainland, is governing a small piece of the mainland, Africa, which is the other part of the Equatorial Guinea. 1 million there, 700,000 in the mainland. 700,000 are divided between almost 2 cities. Only 2 cities on the mainland. But the capital city, well, the future capital city called Oyala. Oyala is a small village in the mainland. What is the population of Oyala currently? 500 people. 500 people. But if you visit Oyala, you will think you are in a different planet. They empty houses because they built a whole city expecting people to start moving from Malabo to Oyala. But people are resisting. They love the island more than the mainland. Why I'm mentioning this example? Because in fact, if you travel from Oyala to Bata, you'll have to cross a number of rivers. All these rivers are full of diamonds. In fact, you will find a sign, a warning sign that don't claim any diamond that you find. This is how rich we are in Africa. And this is just one country in addition to what my brother mentioned about Ka. But the problem is, 2 problems or 3 maybe that I can mention. Number 1 is the mindset. Our mindset as Africans has been, and I'm sorry to say this, to some extent corrupted by what we see on the TV that is aired to us from other countries, from other cultures, from other traditions. And that is why we see so many African youth preferring to leave this continent, travel through a very dangerous journey to die in the desert or drown in the Mediterranean Sea, instead of crossing the border to a country like Equatorial Guinea where there is need for people, or even Ka, where the eastern part of Ka, as my brother mentioned, is totally empty. So the mindset is an issue. Number 2, the fact that our history has not been written by us as Africans. We did not write our history. And that is why when we read the history we currently have, it is not talking about what we inherited from our ancestors, where democratic values used to be enshrined and implemented, where judicial systems used to be conducted under trees, and they were more effective than what we have today, with all due respect, of course, to the judicial systems we have. But what we were told, that we came from wild background, where our ancestors used to eat each other and used to walk around naked without clothes on them. That's all we know, which is absolutely not the truth. And thirdly, the narrative we currently live is not ours. Is a narrative that is imposed on us based on this new colonialism that we are facing on our daily basis. Our food is no longer our food. Why? Because the fast food restaurants are filling the market in Africa. Those are imported from everywhere. And if you dine there with your girlfriend or your friend or your wife, you're seen as a better person. And instead of cooking food, ugali and other kind of sauces for your loved one. So our life is really in a changing process. But is it negative or positive? I leave that for you. Why I'm saying this? I'm saying this to answer some of the questions collectively and say that we can't really build the Africa we want and the Africa we deserve unless we sit, number one, and rewrite our history. That is where the origin began. We need to rewrite our history. Number two, we have to be very proud of our African origins. The African black color, whatever color it is a beautiful color. Whatever features that we were given by the Creator are great features that we need to be proud of. And what we really need to also be proud of the fact that we, as Africans, are the origin of mankind. And that is why whatever we would like to import from external entities, it was in fact originated here. You remember when our kings used to rule this continent, they were fighting among themselves. Those who are now educating us on democracy and good governance, they created 2 world wars that claimed millions and millions of innocent souls. And today, they are trying to teach us on democracy and good governance. I hope I have answered a number of questions together. But let me just pick a few to quickly answer and say that, number one, for Barbara, we really welcome any coordination and collaboration to promote informal justice processes in Africa. And I hope at some point we will work collectively with you and other stakeholders to have a continental platform where we can bring all the experts so we can try to at least seek to deepen the roots of these processes and claim it as an African-owned process. As my brother mentioned, our chief here, that why can't we be proud of the ownership of such a process? Why can't we really say, you know what, this is an African process that we are very proud of? Sadly, in many cases, we are proud of things that are imported from outside, and then we claim to be associating ourselves with them, so we can be seen as modern people or as people that are of a special origin. What is wrong with the African origin? What is wrong with it? I want to also quickly address the issue of funding of the African Union. And I would like to say that, again, it is really a shame on all of us Africans that our continental organization is funded by partners. But you know what? We need to give credit to Her Excellency Madame Zuma, the only female chairperson of the African Union. She created the African Foundation. And the African Foundation is supposed to be the funding agency of the African Union. In one dinner, gala dinner, she brought all African businessmen that you can know and you don't know. And among them, there were so many women women that I never heard of before. In one night, she collected $250 million. One night. So that means if there's a will, there's a way. What we really need to do is to really invest more in orienting our Africans, businessmen and women. To touch, I have taken note of all the recommendations made about desks within the ministries for the African Union organs, and the partnership with UNDP is greatly appreciated. And we've been working with UNDP for a long time, and we need to localize all the instruments in addition to the transitional justice. But there's one issue that I would like to touch on before we leave. And before I touch on it, I would like to promise my lordship that I will share with you the MOU with the Constitutional Court Secretariat. Although the Secretariat used to be very active, I personally attended a number of meetings in Benin, Algeria, but recently, I don't know what is happening. Maybe we can have a conversation afterwards. But the last issue is our educational system in Africa. I think we as Africans need to sit, especially this year, which has been declared as the year of education in Africa. We need to reflect on the kind of education we have. Is it what we really need as Africans? Because in many African countries, the education systems we inherited from the colonial system still exist, and nothing changed. And they are about making people to serve in specific categories, not based on needs, but in fact based on satisfaction. I remember my grandma, when I was a kid, she would look at me and she'd say, "My son, I want you to be a doctor. And if you don't become a doctor, become an engineer. And if worse come to worse, become a teacher." So at that time, a teacher is nothing. So who's going to make me a doctor? Who's going to make me an engineer? Who's going to make me a judge? It's the teacher. But the teacher in the African concept, within the African concept, doesn't really deserve, doesn't get all what do they deserve as teachers. So I think we really need to look into the education system and see what we really need to, what could be done to at least evaluate it so we can have a better system. I remember I entered once a courthouse as something anyhow. And when I entered the courthouse in one of the African countries, I thought I'm in London. You know what I mean? The judge and the lawyers were wearing wigs, and they looked like, I looked like I'm in London, you know, like a British court. And I said, what's going on? I mean, huh? And then during the conversation with the judge of the court, I made this issue. And then he said, please don't bring this issue in my courthouse, but you can come to my office. So I went to his office and I said, I mean, Honorable, why we are wearing? He said, okay, what do you propose? I said, why can't we wear African dresses? He said, okay, bring them to me and I will allow my staff to wear them. And then they declared Friday an Africa Day in that courthouse, where in that day they wear African dresses only to court. And it was fascinating to see all of these colorful dresses on Friday. But sadly, as of Monday to Thursday, they go back again to the other things. I submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A loud hand clap for our presenters. I can't repeat anything. I can't supplement on anything. Let the conversation continue. God and your team who would like to steal a show on my photo shoot, please join me quickly. We are going for break. After break, I will hand over back to joining us.
Frida, can you
Frida?
join the team?
Chairperson is here.
My request is that can we quickly walk down to where we took tea yesterday? Our tea is ready. And since we are late, I would suggest you pick your tea and you can come back with it here and take as we start the next session. It's now 11:30. The next session starts exactly at 22. So just let's pick our tea and come back with it. Frida, you're welcome.
It is concluded. Leave me card. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. I'm the chair of this session that is going to come before lunch. I hope we shall be able to conclude in good time so that we are also on time for our lunch break. My name is Frida Pio, as have been introduced. A program manager at IDLO. I manage IDLO support on gender across state and non-state institutions. I also manage the support to civil society, and that is where World Voices falls. The session that I'm going to moderate focuses on gender inclusivity, feminist approaches, as well as looking at technology in CIJ in as far as promoting access to justice is concerned. I think from yesterday when we started, we've been having a wide range of discussions on quite a range of issues. Some of the discussions focusing on women's participation in CIJs has already come up, but we want to have a deeper conversation and discussion on that topic again. And then we will also look at the use of technology, the place of technology in customary informal justice. Allow me to then invite the panel that is going to lead the discussion. And I will start with Shiro Mongeni. Shiro, you have to come back again to the panel. Shiro is IDLO Gender Justice Advisor. Yes, please. Take your seat. And a program manager from IDLO Kenya Country Office. We also have Susan Baluka. She's the head of strategic interest litigation at FIDA Uganda. Susan, you're welcome. Take your seat. We have a gentleman joining the ladies, still speaking to gender. I have the honor to invite Mr. Osinde Owor, who is the second Deputy Prime Minister of Tieng Adola Chiefdom. And finally, we have Edgar Kuhimbisa. Edgar is an e-governance advisor at the Governance and Security Program Secretariat, formerly JLOS. Edgar, you're welcome. Thank you. So we are ready to start off, and I would like to focus on the first part of the session, which is geared towards exploring options of achieving more women's participation towards CIJs. And I would like to start with the two ladies, Shiro and Susan. I think, Shiro, you could start. I would like to be a bit specific on what I want to get out of you. Does the international legal framework facilitate women's participation in CIJ? You could start with that.
Thank you so much, Frida, for that question. And it's one of the issues that we've been looking at to see whether really at the global level do we have instruments that have been designed with deliberate purpose to see that women are engaging with the customary informal justice systems, or basically even just providing platforms for women to be looked at as justice providers. Most of the existing legal frameworks, they look at women as justice seekers. So you'll find in the narrative and text of the Convention on Discrimination Against Women, among many other international human rights instruments, they were basically looking at how to strengthen government's capacity to be able to offer justice and fill in justice gaps for women, or beyond justice, economic empowerment, health issues, reproductive sexual health rights issues, but they're not really translated into the narrative of looking at women as a justice provider, which will now place women within, it will easily now place women, give women opportunity to be able to engage as a provider within the customary justice systems. But now we've seen a transition. We've seen recommendations, resolutions coming from CEDAW. For example, the resolution 3335 specifically, it's amending part of it's a resolution that is basically filling in the gap that CEDAW did not have, to state that women are now justice providers. Women should be put at the center of all multi-door justice avenues that we are creating to be able to offer also justice solution that is also responding to their needs as women. When you also look at SDG, as we said, SDG 16 in our previous presentation, the plus has been added, and it's with a purpose, because the research that is being produced currently, we realize is still showing that the justice gaps for women and children is widening. And also women are not put at the center. We are still at the margin in terms of giving solutions. So the SDG 16 brings in women at the center and say, you will provide also this justice. And the narrative has been adapted by states. Indicators have been reviewed to be able to include women participation and also to expand mechanisms upon which CIJ can be integrated into the national systems. Lastly, as mentioned by the ambassador, is the goals within the African Union is really facilitating these processes, so that we're not looking at international framework, but also at the regional level, what is there for us to use to anchor with in our support, in our programming, in our interventions, that women are justified. There is value, probative value of engaging a woman within the justice, informal justice systems. I think I can stop there and allow my colleague to.
Thank you, Shiro. Susan, your take on the same?
Thank you, Frida. My take on the international and even regional frameworks is that in as far as they actually require or enjoin states parties to ensure that active and meaningful participation of women in all spheres of life, that goes as far as extending even to the communal or customary justice mechanisms as for decision making within our society. So in as far as provision for that is made, I would say that international and even the regional frameworks, especially through the Maputo Protocol, for instance, does facilitate participation of women within customary and informal justice systems.
Thank you. I think I'll come back to you with another angle to it. At a domestic level, how about the domestic laws? You can speak from your respective countries that you're conversant with. Do they, as well as the policies, favor or provide favorable grounds for CIJs? Thank you. Susan, you can go first.
Yes. I will say yes, and I will again start from the human rights-based approach angle, which trickles down even within our constitution under Article 33, which speaks to the rights of women. and enjoins state parties to ensure that women realize their full potential and that they do actually actively participate. And even before you go to Article 33, Article 21 itself on equality and non-discrimination speaks to the fact that every person shall be equal and shall be accorded equal opportunities in all spheres of life. And that definitely entails justice mechanisms and processes, whether in the informal or formal system.
Yeah, just in addition to my colleague's presentation, our context is not so much different from Uganda, because one of the things that a country can make the citizens benefit from is really having a imperative provision within the Constitution on introduction of alternative justice system. We benefit a lot with Article 159, Judge, if I'm not wrong. Article 159 of our Constitution that allows the judiciary to be able to use alternative justice systems to resolve matters. And it's also embedded in ANA provision. So once you have that constitutional imperative, it's easier to now downstream it and say now we can have an AJS policy, we can have an ADR policy, we can now also have any other guiding tool for the operation of the CIJ within your country. The other thing is how plural is your legal framework. Does it facilitate a plural justice mechanism that is far and beyond the formal justice system but allowing others also to prosper within your context? So it really matters how your legal framework is structured, even in addition to providing for women's rights. Because if you're aiming to advance women's rights and participation in CIJ, and your own constitution or legal framework does not recognize women's rights, does not have a clear mechanism of equality, gender mainstreaming issues, gender justice, it is hard to take down that conversation to our elders to say, now, we need you to comply with the Constitution as the basic minimum principle. So really the legal framework plays a very key instrumental value in terms of creating an umbrella objective or an umbrella structure for CIJs, for women to be able to be seen as an equal partner within the justice sector or platform.
Thank you, Shiro. Let me move to the elder. Mr. Osinde, I wanted you to share with us what role male traditional elders play, from your perspective, on promoting the participation of women in CIJs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the moderator, my lords, and each and everybody who's here. I would like to subject my presentation using my institution that espouses the issues of gender and specifically the roles of women. Let me put it across to members here that we lost the kingdomship spirit in Bunyoro. That is way back. Now, after moving to where we are, we came to a situation where the demand from the historic situation was that we now use what we call chiefdom. There's a bit of difference in the way we conceptualized kingdom and chiefdom. Chiefdom here means there is some good element of equity. So Tiengadola institution is an organization with structure. And that structure meets the demands of all the Adola people all over the world, not necessarily in Uganda. Even those who are in America and other parts of the world, the structure caters for them, and we also have leadership that takes care of the diaspora. before we came to the chief, who's now, we call him, of course, at a national level for purpose of standardization, we call him a king. They call him a king. But as far as we are concerned, he's not a king. Because when the structure was, when the organization was formed with the structure, it brought in the element of gender as very important. At the topmost, he's called Kwaradola, which means is the grandfather of all the Jopadola. But alongside him, there is Ada Adola. Ada Adola is the grandmother of all the Jopadola on earth here. Her office is distinctive from the office of Kwaradola, but of course they cooperate and collaborate. And when it comes to the cabinet of about 45, we have about 20 who are women. Also to cater for that, for both gender and women's activities. Now, where do we concur? Let me first of all begin with the government, because our institution has a constitution that sets rules and regulations. And now, why was it actually regarded to be a chiefdom, not a kingdom? You see, when we lost that kingdom in Bunyoro, and eventually we settled in eastern Uganda where we are, and other parts of this country, it was felt that the leadership remained at a certain level below Kwaradola, below the grandfather. And that leadership had the county leaders, sub-county leaders, parish leaders, up to the village level. Now, time came in 1980 when there was a bit of confusion politically, and one of the candidates stood up and said, if we had had somebody who could really unite us, this would be better. So it is from there that these other heads of the clans sat and said, we need to have a coordinator. And that coordinator is the king. And I think I should use that word in order for others to understand. Now, from there, the institution now took two angles. We use our constitution, which is below the constitution of the Republic of Uganda. But there are a number of things that we share. For instance, chapter 4, the fundamental human rights, from 33 up to 42, that one is taken wholesale, because we find it very, very important in the areas of observing fundamental rights in relation to the informal system, informal justice system that we apply, and it is agreed by the Supreme Assembly. Now, this Supreme Assembly is the parliament of King Adola. It brings in all the clan leaders who actually deliberate the issues that come from the cabinet, that comprises of both men and women, plus the special interest group. Our feeling is the cabinet, the Kwaradola, the cabinet, and other leaders are in transition. We feel that time will come when they are supposed to hand over to the youth, and the youth must be involved in this. In fact, I was telling my Lord here that when they had problems in 2007, and then those people came to our place, the refugees came to our place, the sub-county which was selected was not, was highly assisted by other 13 sub-counties, because cabinet sat, the General Assembly sat, related with the district, and then worked at a system of provision of food, water, medicine, and other essentials. So if Paya sub-county handles this week, next week is Mulanda, another week is that, to the extent that the district didn't feel too much heat, because, you know, with the center, when you talk about expecting something from Ministry of Refugees and Disaster Preparedness, it takes time. But this one here actually didn't take time simply because of that relationship. So the issue of the adhering to the Constitution is very important, but then we also adhere to the issue of our Constitution as opposed to the national Constitution. Let me come to roles. The roles are very, very important. We have different roles that the gender plays. Issues of home management is more on the ladies than the men, particularly in Uganda today and in Eastern Uganda in particular, where there are so many growth centers. After a kilometer, you find a growth center. After a kilometer, you find a growth center. And then you find the men taking a lot of time there. This has been recognized by this institution that the owners of the home are the women. Now, culturally, in those early days, before we actually had this institution, once you married a woman, all the names would be the Luo names. But now that has changed because the institution says the relationship between the two families, the two different families, is actually united by one event of marriage. For instance, me, I'm a Jap, I married from Teso. But now when you come to my home, you will find some Teso names there because it is believed that the role that the women play is very, very important. And the mere fact that she has now joined this does not mean that she has been bought. The element of buying is not there, by the way. What is felt is that what you give is merely a reward, a sort of a gift, but not buying. That's why when you get this, different names from the other family, it is in that line.
Mr. Sinde, as you summarize,
yes,
please focus on the role of the Council of Elders and also speak to representation of women on that council, as well as the role that women play in that council, in as far as hearing of disputes and dispute resolution is concerned.
Okay. That's, in fact, I was coming to that. Because that General Assembly, out of the 4 people from each clan, 1 is a lady. 1 is a lady specific, automatic. But then if the other 3 can also, if the election takes place and a woman happens to to get another space, you can find that 1 clan can even bring 2 or 3. So that is as far as that council is concerned, because it is that council that actually sits and looks at all these other issues. Issues of marriage, issues of food management, issues of naming, name them. And then on the other side, I would like to state that the intercultural relationship that we have. Usually, when actually an issue arises up, the clan head, the clan head that calls a meeting as it has already been espoused here, and then they sit to look at the issue. Now, that issue which is looked at actually brings in the women and their participation. I want to give you an example in relation to what the moderator stated in the morning. For us, the issue of inheritance is not a matter of being a firstborn, a secondborn, a thirdborn. That is not what is followed. What is usually followed is that within the brothers, whether from the same mother or different mother or the clan, there are those who actually cooperate very, very much with you. And those who cooperate very much with you are the ones who happen to know what is taking place. Usually, when the council sits after the burial, I want to give that specific example, the woman is brought in, and it is now incumbent upon the widow to say, it is for me, I am for Tim, because even before my husband died, he called me and told me and shared with me that the person who is very familiar here, he even helps us with the fees once in a while if we are hard up, and other activities of the home is Otim. So it is Otim that my late husband looked at as somebody who's very responsible. And even me, since I came here, I'm now an old woman. I've never picked a quarrel with him. Therefore, he can look after the family of his brother. So there is no element of imposing somebody. So the issue of women participation and decision-making is very, very important. And that's why programs like gender-based violence, youth livelihood programs, SAGE, savings scheme for savings grant for empowerment of older people. This is the money which is given to the old people, those who are 80 years and above, is being actually shared amongst, in terms of decision and program implementation, amongst women, men, the institution, and the government. However, there are some challenges that come in. But those challenges are also discussed within the Council of Elders, as they would like to call it, and it comprises of all. Lastly, even when we
Please conclude.
I'm concluding. Even when the women have been brought in, they always try to integrate this special interest group I was talking about for purpose of sustainability and taking over in the future.
Thank you very much. Let me come back to the ladies. Outside the legal and policy framework, what more ideas and approaches can we share from your experiences to enhance women's participation in CIJs? Susan, you can go first.
So in terms of some of the initiatives that we have undertaken, as FIDA, but also as women's rights organizations, especially those that we have worked with in collaboration and consortium to address access to justice issues. Number one, there is the aspect about working with cultural institutions to ensure that we actually create awareness about certain basic legal, human rights, and gendered principles that should be adhered to in the process of adjudicating over cases or trying to resolve disputes before these mechanisms. So for instance, as FIDA, we worked with the cultural leaders in Karamoja region, and we actually came up with cultural, gender, and mediation guidelines, as well as gender principles, which the traditional and cultural leaders in Karamoja region actually validated and started using. Another aspect that or approach that we have undertaken is to actually facilitate engagement or cross-cultural exchanges, cross-sectoral exchanges between informal justice actors and the formal justice actors, where we ensure that we actually create room for engagement in spaces that are traditionally reserved for formal justice actors, and making sure that also the informal justice actors actually engage in those spaces, because that helps to actually complement both systems in terms of experience sharing and sharing of approaches to emerging problems within different contexts. So, for example, in Kabong and Kotido, also in the Karamoja region, we successfully lobbied for cultural leaders to actually be included in the engagements of the district chain-linked committees, which is a creature really that was started by the justice law and order sector, focusing mainly on justice actors in the formal sector, that is the judicial officers, police, state attorneys. That space was reserved for those formal justice actors, but we managed to actually push for, successfully lobby for the engagement of cultural leaders within the community to engage in those spaces as well. And this really helps to continuously engage them on various key principles and approaches that really should uphold gender equality in the process of adjudicating and administrating justice within customary justice mechanisms and systems. And then also we have lobbied for customary and informal justice systems to really be systems to be more gender aware in terms of their processes. And this is not just in terms of direct discrimination between men and women, but also certain procedural aspects that may by default throw out women's participation. So, for example, in the Karamoja region as well, this is the region where we've really done a lot of work, evidently. In the Karamoja region, we did manage to actually push for inclusion of women on the Council of Elders. So I'm happy to hear that in the Japadola Cultural Institution, it's something that they already have. So but it's something that we had to push for to ensure that women are included on the Women Council of Elders and that they even participate in some of those meetings of the Council of Elders, because those are meetings where decisions would be made for the community on various issues, including issues such as land. And as we all know, access to land as a productive resource is a major social justice issue in the country where women end up on the peripheries and being marginalized. So this was a very important step in terms of making sure that women actually participate meaningfully in the justice mechanisms. But beyond looking at the cultural and customary justice systems, we also look at the informal aspect of it. Informal justice systems are something that we approach and we look at not just in terms of them not being legislated on or being creatures of statute per se, but also looking at the ways in which they operate. An example is local council courts. Yes, we have the Local Council Courts Act, and therefore the local council courts are a creature of statute, but the way in which they operate is quite informal. And even you see that there are a lot of patriarchal notions and gender discriminatory notions that may come through when determining cases. So for example, a lot of women walk into our legal aid clinic saying, we were first went to the LC1 chairman, but he was just listening to the man. He never listened to anything I had to say. So you realize that because of the informal way or the extent in which that particular system is monitored, there is a lot of leeway for applying or adjudicating matters and resolving disputes in a way that doesn't actually meet the basic minimum standards of education of justice, standards of equality, equal opportunity to hear both parties. So we also engage at that level with the communal justice actors like local council leaders, and even go as far as also doing what we call training of community legal volunteers. These are everyday people within the community who are very vigilant, and we focus a lot on engaging women within those communities who are vigilant, although we also do engage some men, and we train them on basic legal principles. And this helps to, they help other women within the communities really in terms of giving them advice when they have legal challenges and ensuring that they know certain basic rights that they have when they appear before some of these mechanisms, communal mechanisms, even though they may not be customary, but they are really communal justice mechanisms.
Thank you. Shiro, over to you.
I think our elder has spoken, Japadola. They've done it in terms of enhancing women representation. Jurinjeke, Luo Council of Elders, Akamba, they've done it. So there's a possibility. The best thing is to learn from the best practices of what has worked. And with our support of IDLO, the Council of Elders I've mentioned, or other than Japadola, we've been able to see and count numbers. Increase, and you're counting indicators, the number of women who have been able to be integrated to resolve matters within this Council of Elders. During JK, they were a bit reluctant. They said if there's a matter that is involving a woman, they'll be called upon to participate. But the other matters, they're exclusively in the domain of men. We said it's a starter, it's a plus. Let's start from there. Then you see what is the value. But my best practice I've seen, or maybe lessons learned, is that for women to really participate as a justice provider within those systems, they must understand the content of justice. It's the same way if I want to be a judge or a lawyer per se, I must be able to understand what the law says. If it's a women's land rights, I must be able to understand what the Land Act says to be able to use it as a tool to resolve my matter. So for our women, we also need to strengthen their capacity to understand the unwritten law as was presented by Ambassador. We need to find a way of coming up with a demoprudence. The way judges have their own jurisprudence, we build the capacity of CIJ to come up with their own demoprudence to be able to showcase the little number of cases that have been resolved by women and how successful they are. Once you have that tangible results, working with it is easier to convince the other Council of Elders that this is a human rights adjudicated case. It has been resolved by a woman who was integrated into the Njuri-Njeke structure, and this is the outcome of it. So favorable demoprudence that is coming from this CJS is really a tool for engagement for me. It has worked with the Luo, it has worked with the Akamba. We are now moving towards to engage the Njuri-Njeke to see, because they also play a very critical role in the Mount Kenya region in terms of resolving disputes. So there are critical targets, seeing how we can also develop something for them to be able to appreciate. The other thing is, if they are to appreciate the role of women as a provider, women must be seen also giving solutions to other justice platforms. Let's place women as paralegals, as mediators to resolve justice problems, as court-annexed mediation program, if you have, for instance, Kenya. So once we see women coming up, even the judiciary, producing jurisprudence, positive jurisprudence from women judges, it's a plus for us to be able to say we are already at the center of justice. We now only want to be placed at the center of offering justice as a provider within the customary informal justice systems. That's the only thing that is lacking in this justice chain. So it's easier to upgrade your discussion and say that's the only loophole, the only gap that you want to fill in terms of enhancing women participation. Then there was a presentation, I forgot by who talked about quotas. Quotas work in political elective positions. But if Elder says, I think from his presentation, I feel like they have 1% or one position for women. So if you can talk to them to even say, start with a quota, a reserved seat for this woman, see how they are participating as a constitutional framework within the Council of Elders rule, then it's a plus for us. At least to see how those quotas can be able to translate it to also good outcomes. Lastly is to invest in capacity development for elders. And I'm impressed to see that we have representation of elders dressed in their legalias, our elder here joining us in this platform. This is where they get knowledge that people are discussing gender issues. People are actually integrating women in conversations of climate change, in migration, in trafficking, in many other dialogues. So then they see the need of integrating gender issues within their conversation. It takes back and say, we have discussed, seems like only Japadola we are lagging behind. Why can't we use also the knowledge we've gained from other institutions to be able to influence the process? So it's really important to bring out, showcase our elders, integrate them in other formal mechanisms as they wish to be integrated, either formally or informally. For Kenya, it has worked both ways. We have formally integrated the elders into our judiciary platform. We established something called the Alternative Justice Suits in Kenya, formally. So that these suits, we are going to get the elders to come on board and resolve matters for the judiciary in a suit that has been established within the judiciary structure. They can solve it as an autonomous structure which is promoted, but also judiciary says there are matters that the elders can help us resolve. Why don't we establish an institution, a unit for them to be able to resolve this matter? It's still work in progress, but at least we can document a number of cases that have been resolved. by elders within that formal structure that has been established by the judiciary. So mechanisms are more, but more importantly, as I emphasize, is really for them to have the content. If I'm placed to resolve a matter regarding Kikuyu community, and I want really to be part of that leadership, do I understand how Kikuyus use the culture to resolve land matters? And I stop at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Shiro.
There's a rebuttal.
Yes, we will come back to you. We also want to manage time. I think yesterday we did badly. I promised at the beginning of the session that I will not be stumbling block between you and lunch. So we'll come back to you for your concluding remarks and after some questions from the plenary. So we will come back to you for that. Allow me to turn to Edgar to speak to us about technology, the place of technology in CIJs. Are there opportunities? When you listen to the discussion in the room, how do we harness the use of technology in promoting CIJs? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think it's certainly a very interesting question, how we can effectively leverage tech in linking the formal and informal justice system. Maybe just to say that I think all of us, I think, would agree that we are confronted with a very serious justice gap. I think we've seen the statistics from the World Justice Project. I think where I come from in JLOS, we've made an attempt as well to measure the justice gap at this point. Okay, and I think I particularly find the data interesting, that the justice gap is not narrowing, it's instead increasing. And when you look at the data that currently shows that every year, and this is from Hill, I believe Hill is in the house today, that every year 1 billion plus new justice challenges arise, and just a very small portion of them are resolved. I think that sort of gives us a very interesting wake-up call, especially for those of us who are into justice programming. But also, I think globally speaking, 5 billion people not being able to resolve their justice problems. I think for me, that also gives us pause. But just going back to how we actually resolve our justice problems in this country in particular, I think Hill just did a study recently, the Justice Needs Survey. Just 10% of people in this country, as per data published this year, just 10% access or get resolution of their justice problems through the formal justice system. So that means the 90% go elsewhere. I believe that Hill has probably presented that data during this event. And for me, that gives me a very interesting thought. Is that an indictment on our formal justice system? Does that mean that the formal justice system is effectively not going to be able to close this justice gap? When you look at the 2030 agenda, we want to make sure that there is justice for all by 2030. The question is that something that we can really effectively achieve? I believe that means that we have to reinvent ourselves. And I think maybe that's the key aspect of my very brief submission. I had prepared a presentation, but I'm not going to take much time. I just wanted to say that at the center of this pertinent question, how do we actually close this justice gap? I think it's a combination of different interventions. And certainly tech or innovation or artificial intelligence, that's the new thing these days. I don't think that it has all the answers. There's no silver bullet in this case. But I believe certainly with very good programming, and I would say e-justice programming in this case, we can be able to leverage technology effectively to close this justice gap. And I think we also have particular examples where that is being done. In JLOS, we've been able to roll out different digital interventions. in the courts, in the prisons, in some of our remand homes involving justice for children, interventions, but also I think when you look at the criminal justice chain, there's a number of digital interventions that are being leveraged. Legal aid institutions, Justice Centers Uganda, and a couple of other legal aid service providers working with JLOs, we're trying to make sure that we reinvent ourselves in terms of how do we effectively leverage technology to be able to close the justice gap. There's so many different ways that we can do that, but I think most interestingly, I think in our case, we have to be able to be alive to our reality in our communities. I mean, think about it. What's the prevalence rate of technology in this country? How many people own mobile phones? Or those who do, how many have access to the internet? And so you want to be able to look at this broadly. So I don't want to say that, let's go straight away, roll out virtual courts tomorrow. Let us have these beautiful applications that can be able to give us information on the go. I think all that is great. But I think we just have to be able to rethink our models when it comes to digital transformation. I always say that should we be able to find ourselves in a position, or we should be able to find ourselves in a position where we create technology that my grandma can use. I use that as a standard. That are we in a place and position in Africa where we can create technology that is actually alive to the realities on the ground when it comes to capacity, when it comes to issues of skinning? Are we able to leverage artificial intelligence to be able to give us the kind of value that we see it providing in the Western world? I think these are very interesting questions that we have to ask ourselves. I must applaud some of our partners that we've worked with over the years. Unfortunately, Jared, my friend, is not here today. We're supposed to have this conversation together, but Barefoot Law, working with many of our partners in JLOS, we've been able to leverage innovation. We've been able to see how can we be able to bring tech to our communities, but creating locally invented, locally designed solutions that are alive to these realities in our communities. And I found it interesting that we can actually invest a lot of resources over a long period of time and not derive value. I think government has certainly invested significant resources in infrastructure. I think we have a last mile project that ensures that at least at every sub-county, at every district, we have connections to internet. And I think that's a great job that we're doing in that space. I think for me, I would want to say that can we be able to leverage our local solutions? We have so many young people in this country that I think over the years have been able to put themselves in a position where they can think outside the box. Can we create applications that are in our local languages, for example? And I'm thinking that's the only way that we can be able to introduce them in our communities. That's the only way that our women, and I like what she says, that how do we reconfigure this whole thinking around women, from justice seekers to justice providers as well. We can be able to create solutions that our women can use in our communities, that our elders can be able to use, either to find information or just to be trained and to be able to improve their knowledge and understanding of how some of these things work. And I think that goes a long way in creating an empowered community. And without that, it doesn't matter how great these solutions are. And at the end of the day, let's create technology that really works. For me, I think that's really at the heart of what we should be able to do and discuss. But also it goes down to those who are in charge of policy. Are we able to create incentive where we can be able to motivate young entrepreneurs who are able to study these issues and be able to come up with solutions that are tailor-made? And I mean, you can't just pick a solution from Europe and bring it over here. Certainly, it will not be able to work. And so if we're going to be able to effectively link the formal and informal justice system, leveraging tech, I think at the heart of it, let's be able to invest in local solutions. Let's empower our young people. Let's be able to, I mean, let's give them tax holidays. I mean, China and India were able to grow their technology ecosystem because they focused on their local solutions. And now they're dominating the global supply chains. I mean, I have an Apple phone here. It's not assembled in the US. I mean, it's assembled in China. It's cheaper to do it there because they've been able to invest in local capacity in China to be able to pretty much make just about everything that the world needs. But that took deliberate policy changes in the 90s and in the 80s. And now China is a global digital hub, and the same goes for India. And I think we need to rethink our own policy as Africans, as Uganda in particular. How do we ensure that we create deliberate policy that is able to deliver for us solutions that are able to work in our communities and empower our people to be able to deliver effective justice at the end of the day? I will just leave it at that, and maybe I'll be able to respond to a couple of questions along the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Edgar. It's been a wide range of experiences that have been shared by the panel, with Edgar speaking to the emphasis on local solutions, local innovations. Everything really needs to be localized. So there's a call for investment towards local solutions that would make sense to us, would make sense to the Council of Elders, would make sense to every structure that we have that fits within the context of CIJs. I like the emphasis on content that Shiro talked about for purposes of effective participation of women when you are placed in a decision-making structure. Susan and Mr. Wall, you spoke about a lot of things, but I wanted you, when you come back, to deal with the question of representation that you talked to already, but specifically looking at the issue of composition. You said women are represented. It would be important to know how many women and how many men. I think Mr. Wall said 1, and I'm wondering how many how many men against this one lady that is there. But allow me to turn to the audience now. Please ask questions, direct them to a particular panelist. Thank you. I already see a hand behind there. Someone with a microphone, please take it right there.
Thank you so much. Monica Himsiwe is my name. You have been talking about gender equality. If you look at Article 118 of the 1995 Constitution, we see there is a capital offense of rape. So in Uganda, when women rape men, it's not considered. But when men rape women, it's considered. You're looking at women, but you're leaving out men at the end of the day. Women have taken it as... Exactly. Hello. Women have taken it as an opportunity to use those women rights, the rights that you have put in place. Like when we look at domestic work, women have not played their role in doing domestic work. Right now they hire nannies, they hire maids to work because they want white collar jobs at the end of the day.
Please put your questions.
The question is,
away.
Do you believe that women have also misused their rights, and you have also neglected men at the end of the day? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other hand up? Yes, this side in the middle.
Good afternoon, everybody. Anani is my name, from Uganda Christian Lawyers Fraternity. Mine goes to Mr. Edgar. Actually, not Edgar alone, because everybody was talking about paralegals. These people are very important as far as CIJ's system is concerned. Now, like here in Uganda, these guys move up and down. Police, courts, they have gone ahead to trace the relatives of these offenders But now, how safe are they? Because we had a scenario in Guru where a paralegal went to police and he was trying to connect to the relative, not knowing that the relative he was trying to call was connected to one of the rebel groups. So this man was arrested, beaten up. By the time we came for his rescue, the man was dead already. Now, in Uganda, we have that problem. Now, Mr. Edgar, paralegals, they don't have any umbrella as security, as we can see, Uganda, Law Society, and whatever. What is in place as jails to protect these paralegals? Thank you.
Thank you. Please, I see four hands this side. Give them the mic, one after the other. Just be straight to your question or your comment so that we save time.
Thank you so much. Our panelists, my question goes to the Elder Awar. Yes, thank you. I respect so much culture and practices, and I have no problem with any culture. But just from your view or opinion, I would love to know if you do have, as an institution, some of the practices that you have identified without affecting the values of our culture, that you feel as an institution, not just feeling that these are outside positions that are coming to damage our culture. Do you have those moments of reflections on some of the practices? When you talk of some of the practices that are not good, we usually all run to the female what? Gentilation? Yeah. Maybe from your experience as a cultural leader, do you have those practices that you feel you have concluded and agreed as an institution that I think this is too much when it comes to protection of the rights of women? Maybe if there is, you can also share. Thank you.
Thank you, our panelists and moderator. My name is Grace Mkwaya. I work with Platform for Labour Action, which is a legal aid service provider and an NGO. My question, I have a comment and a question. My question one will go to Mr. Edgar Kuhimbisa. On the issue of data, when you look at the different institutions in Uganda, we produce a lot of data, of course including UBOS. But when you look at, for instance, data from subnational or local government levels, especially that from civil society, how does the former JELOS program take those into considerations for us to benchmark? This is also in relations to the justice, world justice data, which was shared in the morning. Most of us contribute to these surveys, but when we are giving our responses, they depend on how you feel on that day, because you do not have a checklist for the country to give proper data unless you're really a scholarly person or you're a researcher. So there is need to have that, so that as experts from the countries, when you're told at an international level to give views on Uganda or Kenya or South Africa, there is where you go immediately and give proper national data. Not because in Uganda we've had POMA, we've had many issues which were disturbing us, especially in civil society, many injustices. So if I'm asked to contribute to what are the indicators, I'll give as and when those situations are happening. Then on the gender issues, I'll leave it to my colleague from FIDA to go further. We have a lot to do, because if even as women we think we are there and men are being disadvantaged, it's unfortunate. So we need a lot of awareness to do, to really look at the issues which impact on women, because even when programs are targeting women, you'll find more men will benefit because of so many issues, or more men will come to access, and then you have to include them somehow. So we have a lot of awareness, even as women, to understand the gender disparities the world has to grapple with, even within developed economies. Thank you.
Please, let's keep it short. Thank you.
Thank you to all the panelists. Maybe I should first discount my statement that you should be in a comfortable zone, because I cannot discuss these things without problematizing the debate. One is the national planning policy, institutional and the policy framework is right for us to engender technology in delivery of justice and access to justice. However, the contradictions that are supposed to facilitate that process are wrong. Starting with the fiscal policy of the country, you cannot be holding an ambition to expand access to justice through E of things when you are putting taxes on and higher tariff bands on internet bundles in the country. That is something I wanted the rapporteur to capture, because you need to have the challenges that are facilitating the negation of the ambition that we are having in this room. You all know that our tariffs in Uganda are high on the internet. We lack the basic infrastructure. Those of you who buy iPhones, you see when you are coming in at the airport, the tax that you pay to bring in that gadget. We would think that there would be incentives for people coming in with such gadgets to facilitate ease of doing business and these very good things we are discussing. The issue of skilling, the young people, I don't know whether there are young people in this room, doing IT programs in universities, or those of us who are trying to get digital because I'm making 50 very soon. I get challenges with the adopting to technology. So when I go to a place to have access to this skill, it's very expensive, prohibitively so. And it plays out also in institutions of learning. Parents cannot afford to educate their children on these things of E of things. The pricing models of our internet service providers, they are wrong. They put all the troubles they have from the fiscal policy onto the consumer. It is problematic in that area. And lastly, colleagues, the issue of regulation and compliance. A few months to 50 years, I have come to learn that in this country, regulation means fail someone. Yet, in most countries where you go, regulation means assist that person to comply. Here, you don't have this, you can go. When you have it, you can come back. But in another country, they hold your hand and say, okay, you don't have this, but this is what we could do. So we need also a structural approach to regulation and compliance. These are matters that should be documented, colleagues. I thank you.
I'm Kikuku Bukuti Bozele. My issue is on, it goes to Mzee. We are talking of women representation on councils, on elders councils and all that. You see, the challenge we have gotten is that we are sensitizing women on their rights and also engaging them on issues. But we are not preparing men to receive them, to do things that are contrary to what they already know. For example, you'll find all civil society organizations preaching the gospel of a woman must have property as a woman. But I'm not hearing any organization saying we are sensitizing men to allow a woman have property as a lady. But these are the people at the end of the day who stay together. What will happen when that clash comes in? When a man wakes up the other day, a woman has property, and the woman is saying, I have the right, but the man is not sensitized on the same. So it's what I want us to capture on women representation on those councils. Are we preparing these men to embrace the women?
Your point is taken, and your
so
question is clear. Thank you. You come to this side. There's one hand. Yeah. Any other? Thank you. Two more, then we are done.
Oh, sorry. So my name is Florence Akol from Resource Rights Africa. And just my question goes out to Mr. Owor. Yeah, I was listening in, and he talked about the participation. I really wanted to know whether in this council the women have active participation, and in their engagements, are they fruitful, or they are just making numbers? Because we know of platforms where women are part of the platform, but then their decisions are not taken, and they're just making numbers. So I'm really interested to know what is their engagement, how they are adding value to the conversations there. Thank you.
Thank you. Come to the middle row. Start with Justice Francis, then go to the back.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I'm responding to the concern by a previous speaker on whether we are preparing men about inclusion of women in the processes of AJS. And I want to share the Kenyan experience, which was earlier on alluded to by Mogeni here. We are engaging the Council of Elders coming from all the different tribes in Kenya on matters of the Constitution and what is required so that you can be able to sit as an actor and deliver justice for the people. And there was one which was very difficult, the Jorinjeke, and you mentioned that one. But we were able to convince them that they can form a judicial wing for purposes of AJS. While in their shrine, they can continue doing their thing, because that is where they do not allow women at all whatsoever. So we told them there are those other cultural practices which they can do the way they have been doing them, but when it comes to resolution of disputes, then they must comply with the Constitution. And they accepted to form the judicial wing. So we are not having trouble with the men in Kenya. I hope that can be adapted here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my lord.
Thank you very much. My question is just one, and I'll just re-echo. As you all know, there is an ongoing UN General Assembly, and I just wanted to share this with the panelists for their view, because I re-echo in this frustration. Excellence Antonio Guterres yesterday wrote, "I am sorry to see that despite years of talk, gender inequality is on full display at the UN General Assembly General Debate today. Less than 10% of speakers this week are women. Less than 10% of the speakers this week are women. This is unacceptable, especially when we know gender equality delivers peace, climate action, and much more. are we seeing any different in our region, in our peace efforts, despite all the efforts that we are doing? Where are the women? Are they in these small communities? Are they in such workshops? Where are they when we have summits? Your response. Thank you.
Thank you, Innocent. Shiro and Susan, you can both comment on that. The very last question. Harriet, can someone take the microphone to Harriet?
Thank you very much. My name is Harriet Nabankema, and I'm a professional advisor at LDC. I have just 3 concerns, and the concerns cut across the different presenters in regard to equality of representation on issues that concern women when the IJs are sitting to preside over cases. And what is the quality of this representation? It's one thing to co-opt a woman over an issue that is being decided probably for or against another woman, but what's the quality? Can she chair? Could it be a kind, or could it be just in number? And the other thing is, do you have anything useful to add? It says the yes or no. Number 2, what is the succession plan in regard to these committees where we feel, yes, the women have been prepared to do certain things? How are we incorporating the youths to be able to appreciate the system? And lastly, do you envisage any kind of influence where this woman sits on this committee and she has to make a decision basing on what her husband feels while she's presiding over another person's case, as we've witnessed in, let's say, election issues, where a husband dictates on who a woman should vote for? Thank you very much.
Thank you for all the questions and comments. I noticed that the questions were actually not many. Many of them were comments or responses. I would like to give each of you 2 minutes to respond and make your concluding remarks. Starting with you, Edgar. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think I'll just go straight away to the issue of leveraging data from our local context. I think that's very important. I had a submission that, these global narratives really reflect the realities of the ground in Africa. I think the question is, we need to be able to create our own narratives. In this case, can we invest in our own data collection and processing mechanisms where we are able to create our own indicators that reflect our own needs, our own challenges in the justice system? And that means that we're able to tap into a regional, local infrastructure of justice. In this case, that cuts across, the formal and informal justice system. I think JLOS is creating efforts in that direction. We've been able to, through our chain link committees, we're able to leverage all these different voices and partnerships and synergies where we are effectively able to collect data across the entire justice ecosystem. And hopefully, we can be able to do better in that case. And I think I would invite you all to participate in some of these interventions that are able to give us data that is credible, that speaks to our own needs, our own challenges on the ground. And that way, we are able to shape some of these narratives at national and perhaps even at international level. The contradictions in leveraging tech, he mentioned how regulation, I mean, certainly we have to deregulate if we're going to really make any meaningful reforms when it comes to digital transformation in this country. And I think that was really at the heart of my submission, that let's rethink our digital transformation programming in this case. Let's be able to deregulate, cut back on taxes. I mean, just create an environment, an enabling environment, where our young people can be able to innovate, create solutions that meet our unique needs, but also create tech that is affordable. Like I said, also that my grandma can use. That is the standard. On the safety of paralegals and in their line of work, I think we've created structures in JLOs where we're able to collaborate with you, and we really appreciate the work that you do. It's credible and it's very important. I think if you're able to have those synergies and partnerships at local levels in your communities with the various players under the JLOs framework, we have district chain-linked committees. I think we're able to guarantee your safety and security as well as you carry out your work. Maybe my takeaway from this, or perhaps your takeaway as well, as we leverage technology, let's be mindful that if we're not careful, we end up creating another problem altogether, something called a digital gap. I think you've heard about it as well. So let's be mindful of the different disparities and demographic dynamics as we roll out tech. Let's be alive to gender inequalities. Let's be mindful of our infrastructural state at this point, of issues of policy, and let's have a comprehensive model for leveraging technology that is going to be able to solve our local problems. I think for me, that is something that I invite you all to be part of, and I think it takes all of us to be able to create that kind of policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Edgar. Over to you, Shiro.
Thank you. Let me just respond to Monica. Monica, the good thing with the rule of law, it also prescribes the quality of a good law. And a good law must be predetermined, no ambiguity, enforceable, equal to all. So that if you're working with a law that is not responding to those features of a good law, it needs amendment. I wouldn't tell you that I've read Article 118, but colleague from FIDA can be able to respond to that. And then the issue of reproductive care work, women, we, including myself, we are running away out of reproductive care work because the reward is very minimal. Compared to going to court to go and litigate and I get my shillings, and I work hard so the times are really changing, to give you a very practical perspective. But we're also struggling with the same kind of issues, how to balance the role that has been prescribed to us perhaps by culture in terms of our reproductive care work at home in the household, vis-a-vis also professional work that is waiting for you to be able to contribute towards feeding your family. So it's a balance of equation, but it's a thing that a country can look at in terms of strengthening those who are left doing it as much as 100%. That every morning you wake up, your contribution to your household, to the society, is through your reproductive care work. The government must look at how, or the community on how to reward back so that it can encourage others to be able to do that. In terms of just sometimes also behavioral changes in approaches, Monica, it is informed with statistics and research. If research is showing that more women are being subjected to rape cases as indicated by Monica, that is what most likely at a high chance will guide intervention. So we'll be responding to the gaps that have been identified statistically, empirical research that have been done to fill in that gap. But as I mentioned and emphasized, the law must be equal and applicable to all. Our colleague from the Christian fraternity, yes, I agree, there's a lot of insecurity arising for justice actors. Kenya, you know, we suffered. We lost a magistrate out of insecurity situation. So it's something that you need to see that the paralegals also join and establish an overall umbrella body that can be able to speak for themselves. In Kenya, we have PASUNE. But beside that one, we have anchored our paralegal ZIM within the National Legal Aid Service. So they are accredited there, they are monitored, they can now present some of the challenges they face in the National Legal Aid Service, that is a government-owned entity, to be able to regulate paralegal activity. So that you're also able to say, this is a specific paralegal number 1 or 2 that was offended during the course of duty for accountability purposes. Grace, I agree with you, data is important, as you were responding, as also Edgar has responded. We have learned more in our jurisprudence is that the input from paralegal, your institution that offers legal aid, is also included in this report that the judiciary generates, annual report. It's called the SOJA report, State on Administration of Justice report, something like that. So you find there's a section allocated for the contributors of justice. They are recognizing they're not the only ones giving these good statistics, but what has FIDA done? You'll always find FIDA in that report and many other kituo cha sheria institutions that have really stipulated their contribution and what they have done in terms of enhancing and widening the and addressing the justice gap. Male engagement, Justice has already mentioned that, but it's something that must be integrated into programming. As we build the capacity of one party, you also ensure that they are also at par. For Florence, active participation of women, yes, it is appreciated. Sometimes you want, it reached a level where we were negotiating. Do we want a woman or we don't want a woman? Or do we want to wait for the time where we will get the active woman, the meaningful woman to represent us in this quarter? Sometimes it's a balance, but we must be able to strengthen their capacity to be meaningful in the platforms we select them. Why have we chosen Janet and not Mary, or Monica and not Francisca? So we must be able to choose and see the value of having this woman and what content are they bringing on board. But remember, the statistics show our literacy level is still at a medium level. So that we build their capacity while they are there, also build their capacity while they are outside, so that they're able to not lose the opportunity. As our gentleman who has spoken about the UN General Secretary noting 10% representation of women as panelists, it really goes back to the grassroots level. It's a replica of what is happening at the grassroots level, especially if most of the presenters even are from Africa. It's even worse situation, because that shows you there is a gap in the selection criteria. What position are women holding for them to? Are you a cabinet secretary? Is your ministry being invited to be able to represent these issues in the United General Assembly, perhaps? You find perhaps it's a women kind of cabinet, a male kind of cabinet. So if you say your country is going to be represented by a cabinet secretary, and the cabinet secretary, majority of them are male, who are going to be there basically? They are male representatives. So really it's household work we need to do at the national level to be able to have that kind of support.
Make your conclusion.
Okay,
Shiro,
concluding remarks. Generally, I think it's important for CJS, customary informal justice systems, to be able to appreciate participation and representation of women, to just have a form of accountability and transparency. I don't know how you will structure it within your domestic level, but just ensuring that they have some form of accountability, which perhaps Elder Owor can also finalize his remarks on that note. Thank you very much, Frida.
Thank you. Susan?
Just
a reminder that I had given 2 minutes to each of you. Please.
Don't worry, I will use less than 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frida. To quickly respond to the question, do we think women have misused their rights and that men have been neglected? The very definite response to that is no. The violations that men may experience within the domestic setting is mainly because of toxic masculinity. And toxic masculinity is a creature of patriarchy, which a number of women may have also internalized. So just because I'm a woman doesn't mean that I was not raised in a society that upholds patriarchal values and notions, which include toxic masculinity. So of course, as advocates for women's rights, we are definitely not advocates for violation of men's rights. We are simply advocating for equality and equal treatment of everyone, regardless of their gender, regardless of their sex. And to speak to the aspect about toxic masculinity, even in the context of CIJS, it's very important to then engage men in debunking certain harmful gender stereotypes and values, which a lot of times we attach to our cultural roots. But we have to appreciate the fact that culture is always evolving. And that is why it's then important to continuously highlight gender principles, even when we are engaging justice actors in CIJS. In terms of, again, male engagement, I will say that it is therefore important to concretize the few wins that we have gained. I think we need to appreciate the fact that we are literally at the beginning. We are just at the beginning in terms of fostering gendered administration of justice within CIJS mechanisms. Because even in the formal justice mechanisms, those of us who are in the legal profession, the women, we have seen our male counterparts celebrating the fact that it is women judges handing down judgments where they give, in a divorce settlement, they are giving the woman a curtain and a cow. We have seen how our male colleagues are jubilating that thank God it was a woman judge. So you see that if, even in the formal justice system, the aspect about appreciating gendered aspects that are related to all these things within the domestic setting, things related to the value of domestic care work. Yes, they are recognizing domestic care work, but are they actually valuing it? Those are things we are still struggling with in the formal justice system. So now, you can imagine the work that we have to do within the informal justice systems, which are so much ingrained in our cultural values. So yes, the concern about the quality of women's participation as justice givers in the CIJS mechanisms is very, very important, but it is something that we have taken, that we understand that we need more work to do, and we therefore need more in-depth engagements beyond the one-off dialogues that we may have. And then again, that also speaks to the aspect about auditing. Yes, some of us have taken initiatives to draft principles, gender principles, for the CIJS mechanisms to be guided by, but we are pushing as far as possible to see to it that we have, on a large scale and at a very broad level, context-specific guidelines that speak to the special cultures, norms, values, and ways of life of different communities. Because the thing about Uganda, which has over 58 tribes, is that we are very diverse. What is in one culture is not in another cultural community. So you need to be alive to that. And that is one aspect of work that we are pushing for in our work of engaging different communal justice actors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Susan. And finally, let's listen from the elder. Mr. War, you have the floor. Summarize. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would like we have existed in terms of leadership. The issues that have emanated from the village level up to the supreme level, the women decided that we need to have a university placed in Adola land specifically for focusing on issues of Africa and particularly African women. And this university is supposed to be called AUSIT, African Women's University of Science, and something to do with technology. So far now, the people of Padola have managed to buy land, 100 acres, and it is supposed to be different from that Bustema campus placed in Nagongera, which is a town. This is supposed to be amidst the people. So land has already been acquired, and discussion is now going on with the government. These are issues that came out from women because it is felt that there are so many intricacies that need to be well documented and possibly taught other than taking sociology as a subject handling that. Secondly, I would also like to report here that out of the empowerment, and I would like to agree with you that we need to bring out the statistics and also evidence. Last time when we were working out the anthem of East Africa, at individual level, the lady who won at individual level from the countries, by then Sudan was not there, came from Tiengadola, and that lady is still alive. Our composition at individual level, but of course later on, because this is people-centered and we are talking about the community, they had to bring all these other items to form up that. But we are really seeing part of that empowerment coming out from there. Lastly, on the issue of empowerment, we cannot forget that when you look at this empowerment that comes out of these councils, get back to the village institutions like schools, school management. These days, you'll find a number of women managing that affair. PTA, Board of Governors, and what have you. These are women who have actually got empowerment and they make contribution to it. Like now, this program of government, which government has picked it up, functional adult literacy. It is felt that when you build the capacities of people at the lowest level, actually, it seems that it means that you have created a way of success. And I would like to state here that the groups that participate so much in this program are usually from these councils that actually form up the informal systems. I would also like to report here that we can get this evidence through the issue of widows and widowers. Bring out the homes. You will find out that out of 10 homes that a man has died and a woman takes over the responsibility, you always get success in such homes. But where a woman has died and then the man remains, if he doesn't bring another woman, definitely you don't get. But these are issues, these are capacity building, these are empowerment that are built at the lowest level. So it goes to others. The issue of FGM, I want to agree with you. Nobody accepts bad practices within the communities. And those informal systems are very serious with that. FGM is a practice of capture,